रामा तेरी शरण आयो, तेरी शरण आयो हो रामा, तेरी शरण आयो, तेरी शरण आयो हो रामा, तेरी शरण आयो। जब सुनियो जब सुनियो सघा के मुख, जब सुनियो जब सुनियो सगा के मुख, पतित पावन नाम हरि, अब पतित पावन नाम हरि, अब तेरी शरण आयो, तेरी शरण आयो हो रामा, तेरी शरण आयो। याही जाने पुकारा कीन्हा, याही जान याही जान ए पुकारा कीन्हा, आची सतायो काम हरि, अब आची सतायो काम हरि, अब तेरी शरण आयो, तेरी शरण आयो हो रामा, तेरी शरण आयो, तेरी शरण आयो हो रामा, तेरी शरण आयो। वैश्य सती वैश्य सती भयो आजी जान, वैश्य सती वैश्य सती भयो आजी जान, कह मालूक गुलाम हरि, अब कह मालूक गुलाम हरि, अब तेरी शरण आयो, तेरी शरण आयो रामा, 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 तेरी शरण आयो।
We're more than just a supermarket at Super Quality. Want organic food, storage solutions, and toys for the kids? We've got that and so much more. Come to Super Quality Supermarkets, located at Twin City, Chaguanas, and Vancouver. For more details, call 223-9715.
kiss the opportunity. Radhe 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 Govinda. सब गाइए. Radhe 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 Govinda. Radhe 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 Govinda. सब गाइए.
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Radhe 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 Radhe
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Radhe 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 Govinda.
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Radhe 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 Govinda.
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Radhe 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 Govinda.
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Radhe 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 Govinda.
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Radhe 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 Govinda.
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Radhe 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 Govinda.
राधे 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 गोविंदा.
Krishna
कृष्ण मुकुंदा बाल गोविंदा.
Krishna Kanhaiya Lal ki
जय.
Keshava Madhava
माधवा
Keshava Madhava
केशवा माधवा.
Jai Deva
ओ जय देवा मधुसूदना.
Jai Deva
ओ जय देवा मधुसूदना. केशवा माधवा. केशवा माधवा. ओ जय देवा मधुसूदना. ओ जय देवा मधुसूदना. नेत्रकमलधर अतीव मनोहर. नेत्रकमलधर अतीव मनोहर. अंतर्यामी प्रभु परमेश्वर. अंतर्यामी
कृष्णाय नमः। ॐ श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ श्री गुरुदेवाय नमः। ॐ पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं
व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनी अम्ब त्वामनुसन्दधामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी। नमोऽस्तुते व्यासविशालबुद्धे कुलारविन्दायतपत्रनेत्र येन त्वया भारततैलपूर्णः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमयप्रदीपः प्रपन्नपारिजाताय स्तोत्रवेत्रैकपाणये ज्ञानमुद्राय कृष्णाय गीतामृतदुहे नमः। सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दुग्धा गोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्ससुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतामृतं महत्। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं। कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं। हरि ओम्।
श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम।
श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम। श्री कृष्ण शरणं मम।
कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की
जय।
We are seeing the fourth chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and here Bhagavan Shri Krishna is listing about 12 different types of yajnas in this particular portion. And We will have to do something about the baby. All right. So the Lord is speaking about 12 different types of yajnas, and this topic was started way in the second chapter. I told the seedlings of all of these topics. They're there in the second chapter, and the yajna principle is very simple. Yajna principle is that we have to make some sacrifice. When we translate yajna word in English, some sacrifice. And this is the thing that human beings don't like the most. We don't like to make sacrifice. And second thing, sacrifice is always for the benefit. Oh, okay, let me just back up there and tell you two most important elements of sacrifice. One is, it is for the benefit of others. If it has to do with external sacrifice, it is for the benefit of others. And if it has to do with me, if it has to do with individual person, and this is important, it is not for my enjoyment, it is for my spiritual evolution. Please remember these two things in sacrifice, in yajna. If it has to do, like how this the Pandit Shaman or the others here got together, not to put himself was telling, to put together even one night. To put together even one night is a big thing. But it is done for the benefit of the society. Now, so you are making a sacrifice for the benefit of others. But now the type of yajna which is being given here by Bhagavan, some of them will relate to our individual personality. So now, people can make sacrifice, like for example, let me just give you an example. You can make a sacrifice, what? I will do without, I don't know what people buy on the street here. What is street food? Cassava ball. I will do without cassava ball for the next 1 month. And I'll save all that money because there is a nice carnival party going to happen in town in 1 month. Right? So I sacrificed, I saved all the money from the cassava ball for the 1 month. I didn't eat because I eat a cassava ball every day. I didn't eat for that month. There is a sacrifice. But what the sacrifice was for what? That thing is not called sacrifice. That thing should be, yes, I give up the cassava ball, but it should be in the end that it is going to lead to my spiritual evolution. Then it is called as yajna. You get this thing? So, the yajna, if it has to do with the world, it is always for the benefit of others. If it has to do with me, then it has to be for my spiritual evolution. Even though I would have made a sacrifice in the English language, it is called a sacrifice. But that is not yajna in the Sanskrit language. Because it did not lead to my evolution. It actually led to my devolution. I devolved instead of evolved. You see? So now Bhagavan is listing different types of yajnas here. Now you will see. We chanted the verse just now. And please see, Dravya yajna, we saw last night. Dravya yajna means where I sacrifice and I give wealth, possessions, anything for the benefit of others. And you see, look here. This temple could have run. This temple could have been built. This temple could run today if others did not make sacrifice in Dravya. Somebody made, Somebody made sacrifice. Therefore we have a nice temple here today. How many of your ancestors would have made so much of sacrifice to give Dravya, mean their wealth, their money, because this thing doesn't fall from the sky. You have to go and buy material, So many of them would have given Dravya. So that itself was a sacrifice they made. And now look how nice temple you have. And therefore, if in the third chapter, in the beginning, we had seen, if you come and enjoy the result of their yajna, Because look how many nice things they have put. If you come and enjoy all of that, and you yourself did not give anything in return, stena sa uchyate, Bhagavan said in the beginning of the chapter, you are a thief. Because you are enjoying the result of their sacrifice, but you yourself did not make any sacrifice. It's a strong word the Lord uses, but that is His word, not my word. Stena sa uchyate, He calls. Such a person is a thief. So therefore, we also should make some sacrifice for the benefit of others. So they call Dravya Yagna. Then Tapo Yagna. Tapa Yagna is Yagna where I go through some hardship in my own life. And this now has to do with my own evolution. So people go through hardship for all sorts of things, A man will go through hardship, and it will be all for his own selfish reason, and to get this and get that and possess more and get aggrandize more and make, those that kind of thing. And then where is the spiritual evolution in that? No spiritual evolution. I saw a man in the old days, right? The real thing. In the old days, when we were children, people didn't know what is a lawnmower, If you have to cut the grass in your yard, you have to use what we call a cutlass. I don't know if you call it the same thing here. And that for cutting lawn and grass, we call a brushing cutlass. So that was the name. And that man is to have that brushing cutlass sharp, shiny, and cutting his lawn religiously, and make sure that lawn doesn't grow too tall and all that, nicely. But you know what it was all for? Because he wanted to make it look better than the neighbor's one. So a lot of sacrifice, lot of hardship, lot of self-application. But what was the purpose? In Sanskrit language called the prayojana, the uddesh. The prayojana, the purpose was to make it look better than the neighbor. That thing is not called sacrifice, and no spiritual evolution will come to this person. You see? Because you are really not doing it for the right purpose. So we have to make sure. That is why I keep telling wherever I go also, when you sing a bhajan, make sure you do it for the right purpose. You have to have that in your mind. When we go to sing a bhajan, you did not come here to impress anybody. We came to express our devotion and our love for Bhagwan. If that is there in the mind, then that becomes proper bhajan. If we do it to impress others, then it is not bhajan. That is a performance. We don't come to temple to perform. We come to temple to express devotion to the Lord. You see? So now, Tapo Yagna means when I go through, I subject myself to hardship and difficulties and such things, but I do it for spiritual evolution. And that is where we stopped last night, and where we were in town. So now today we have to see from Yoga Yagna Tatha Pare Yoga Yagna. Yoga Yagna means people who, now see the word yoga only is given by Bhagavan. So that has a broad interpretation. So many different types of interpretation can be given there. So here, the general interpretation is, when Bhagavan only uses the word yoga, so it could be karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, ashtanga yoga, any yoga, he only used the word yoga. So the general interpretation is, Patanjali yoga is there. Patanjali has given Ashtanga yoga, 8 steps in yoga. So the one who has sacrificed means, I sacrifice my laziness, I sacrifice my lethargy, my tamas and all that, and I get up and make sure, like even the simplest form today, which people are practicing, that's called, the simplest form of that whole thing today is very common, very popular. It is called Surya Namaskar. Have you seen? Surya Namaskar. People get up in the morning and they do this Namaskar to Surya Bhagwan and all, this exercise. So this is the most simple, most effective, common, popular form of this Ashtanga Yoga. Otherwise, there is Yama, Niyama, Pranayama, Pratyahara, all those things which we hear all the time. Dharana, Dhyan, Samadhi. This is Patanjali's yoga system. So Bhagavan says to do that, not so that you could be a better yogi than that fellow or a better yogi than that fellow. We do it so that I can really bring mastery over my mind and go through these stages and reach the state of samadhi, the last stage. So then it becomes yajna if I'm doing for my spiritual evolution. Then Swadhyaya Jnana Yagna cha. Swadhyaya means every day we all should be studying Shastras. To some, only Hindu people, we don't walk with our Gita, our Ramayana, and the other people in other religions, they hold their book in their hand. Have you seen? All of them. And they raise it also. But we don't like to take our book. But studying the Shastras, Swadhyaya, and studying the knowledge portion of the Shastra. Knowledge portion, Because one man, one day, he came to me. This is a real story, He said, Swamiji, can you help me? I said, what happened? He said, I was doing something he had a book like this. There's a small book like this, a little bit bigger, called Indrajal. Indrajal is a book of black magic. And I don't know what he was doing from the Indrajal. Then he got himself in trouble because something turned on him. Then he came to me and he said, Swamiji, I was doing this thing, such and such thing in Indrajal, and that thing turned on me. I said, you better go from here, it will turn on me also. Because you're doing all this black magic thing and all that. But here it says Swadhyaya Jnana Yagnascha. Jnana Yagnaha cha means to say that we study the scriptures and study the portion that deals with knowledge, so that you will know more about yourself, this jiva, you will know more about this jagat, this world in which you are living in, and you will know more about Jagadishwara, the 3 J's, Jiva, Jagat and Jagadishwara. The Gyan portion of the scriptures will teach about these things. Forget about all of these other things. People want to study Shastra to know how to become rich. People want to study Shastra to know how to become famous, how to become healthy. You don't have to study Shastras for those things. Jnana portion. So we'll come to discover knowledge about our own self. Okay. So that study, now see, I have to give up my leisure time. I have to give up that thing. So the giving up and go through the hardship of studying it, and when I don't understand something, I ask somebody and I try to clarify the concepts in my mind, not just to take it. I memorize that. Memorizing is not studying. Memorizing something is not studying. So Adhyaya means I have to really study that. Yataya samshita vrataha. There are 5 different types of yajna. So Adhyaya and Jnana means the acquisition of Jnana, and self-study and acquisition of Jnana. There are 2 different types of yajna. So all of these things are done by those ascetics who take severe vows. They have to take a vow to do it. And this is another big thing. Yataya samshita vrataha. This is a very strong word. You should try to remember this word, the nice word. What is that? Samshita vrata. Vrataha means those people who take severe vows. It means to say that in Sanatana Dharma, taking vow is a very serious thing. And I'm telling from my own personal experience, you will not evolve on this spiritual path if you don't learn to take vows. I have to learn to take vows. From today, I will not do such and such thing. That's my vow. Means things that are adharmic. And I will do such and such things which are dharmic. So we have to have both the type of vows. Like for example, things which I am supposed to leave. Just pre-COVID, we had gone to Varanasi. We take trips to India every so often. So when we go to Kashi on Ganga, we go out with the boat in the middle of the Ganga. And then I tell everybody, okay, now you take Ganga Jal in your hand like this. And everybody take Ganga Jal. Now, I chant some mantra. Now everybody, in your mind, while I'm chanting this mantra, you take a vow. And when I'm finished chanting the mantra, you pour this water back into Ganga. And you're going to follow that vow from now. These are all great, great traditions. That person will never evolve. Only now recently, in the last year or something, I heard from one of the people who was there, she took a vow to give up non-vegetarian food 5 years after I'm finding out, and that thing is so good. Gave up. Finish. If we don't take vows, we'll not evolve. Because human beings are like that. What? You see the Western world. New Year Day resolution. Have you seen? New Year's resolution. 1st of January. New Year's resolution. 2nd of January, dissolution. The whole thing gone. So taking vows, so people who take vows, they do all of these type of yagnas very nicely. Huh? Now Bhagavan continues. I have to continue also, otherwise we will stop the whole night, you know. This is now number 29. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Apane jupati pranam, prane manam tatha
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Pranapanagatiruddha, pranayama parayana.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Jai.
Apane juhvati pranam, prane panam tatha pare. Now see, in our everyday life, right? See, they have some numbers also. How many times we breathe per day? Huh? Some numbers and all. I suspect everybody will be breathing a different number of times per day. Because some people breathe hard, fast. And some people breathe very slowly and all. So the breathing out is called apana and breathing in is called as prana. Prana, apana, in and out, like that, right? Now we are really not aware of our breathing in and breathing out. This is the first thing. We are not aware. We just breathe in and out all the time. Man. Sometimes when we get scared and all, then we realize that, that we are breathing, loudly and all that kind of thing. So here Bhagavan is telling, apane juhvati pranam, prane apanam tatha pare. Means to say, to offer the incoming breath into the outgoing breath and the outgoing breath into the incoming breath. How you do that? No. The yagna here is to offer. I told you he's talking about different type of yagnas. Sacrifice it. So actually, this is also technique in in the path of yoga, and the real summation of all of this is to sit down and to look at, well, I'm giving the simple practice, to look at breath, look at your breath, observe your breath so well that that breath will become almost negligible. So one is, we will breathe very slowly, and also as though it is not there, lightly, so slowly and lightly. And this is how Mahatmas who practice yoga, how they could sit down and not even eat food for a very long time, because they have brought their breathing down to almost zero. They could sit for a long time and not even eat food, because once we are breathing fast, you also need, like for example, I don't know if you know how a car works, but if you're putting gas, you need air to mix with the gas. So you have the gas coming in a fuel line, and you have an intake manifold here. And if you have gas coming and you don't have any air coming, the car will shut down. All cars work like that, huh? If this one is coming, this one is coming. So here, the same thing between food and air now. Breathing. Shakhayor Shakti Mulaka. The Shakti is one, but the Shakha is two, like this. So you have food and air. So now, anyone you really slow down, the other one will slow down. So if you slow down this breathing, this yogi will not need food also. He'll just sit there very quietly. But for the one who is, that is why you see, no matter how many things, all day if you give a dog food, he'll go on eating. Anything you throw for that dog, he'll go on eating. Because the dog breathes very fast. Have you seen? That's why they live shorter life also. This is another thing. Fast breathing and short life, they go together. Slow breathing and long life, they go together. Anyway, there's a lot of yoga which is here in this thing. So what Bhagavan means to say, just for ordinary person, for you and I, without going into deep yoga philosophy, is I'm breathing in and out, but if I make this thing come to almost zero, with the incoming breath and the outgoing breath, they have merged into each other like that. But this requires great sacrifice. I cannot sit down for a minute like this and what to talk about observe breath. I cannot sit down for a minute and do nothing. See, here also, if I tell, okay, for the next 5 minutes, all of us will sit and we will not shake, we will not do a thing, then you will see. That time only your back will start itching. And it will itch in a place where you can't reach also. Then everything, and the world is like that, and this body is like that. Then the leg, ordinarily you're keeping the leg quiet, but you say, no, 5 minutes I'm going to keep it and not move at all. That time the leg will say, move. I'm paining. The back will say, bend. I'm paining. See, it's so difficult just to keep this is called the asana, the posture. What to talk about observing breath now and making it quiet and quiet and quiet, where it becomes almost negligible, almost non-existent. Ingoing and outgoing, they merge into each other. Very big technique. But for those who want to pursue, find a good yoga teacher and they'll teach this pranayama. So the 2 verses dealing with this pranayama. Now, pranapanagati ruddhva. Ruddhva means having stopped. Having stopped it means bring it to such a negligible level, it stops almost. Cannot stop 100%, otherwise you will turn blue. You don't want to turn blue. But it has to be there, almost negligible, indiscernible. Like that. Pranayama parayanaha. People who practice this called pranayama, all of this technique, right? Apare niyataharaha pranan praneshu juhpati. The next type of yajna, which is those people who really sacrifice food. Sacrifice food means what? I see in the Western world, see Guyana is not so bad. Guyana is good. But you have to see people in Trinidad and see people in America and all. Oh, bapre. Eat, eat, eat. Whole day, eat, eat, eat. And that is usually tied to affluence in any country. In any country, overeating and affluence, they go together. Well, I think Guyana is getting there very fast. We have to be very careful because there's some 30-40% of people in affluent countries, they are obese. And the other 30-40% head in there very fast. And that creates a lot of health challenges, lot of health problems and so many things, you see. But anyway, here the sacrifice is what? Apare niyataharaha means becoming very, circumspect in food. I'm able to control what I eat. And just now I was telling, if we don't take vows in this regard, I will not eat such and such thing. I will, only eat such and such thing and find out from the Shastras. Unfortunately, you will not be there. When we get to the other temple, this will come up. Sattvic food, Rajasic food, Tamasic food and all that will come up later in chapter 18 and all. Right? So I stay, see, I'll have to sacrifice, give up all Tamasic, Rajasic food. So that sacrifice is giving up those food and eating only Sattvic food. Then I will remain more healthy and all that kind of thing. See? It's good for the environment also. Eating Sattvic food is good for the environment. The biggest contributor to environmental degradation today is all the beef people are eating in this world. Animal husbandry. They mine all of these animals and contribute to so much of degradation in the environment. Huh? So I will be helping when this simple sacrifice when I make, it will be helping the environment as well. Anyway, so by eating the right food, I evoke the right form of energy in my body. Sattvic energy, divine energy, by eating the right food. And when I eat the wrong food, well, I evoke all sorts of tamasic, rajasic energies, and then I cause a lot of trouble for many people, including myself. Sarve pete yagna vidaha yagna kshapita kalmashaha. Bhagavan says all these different type of yagna. Now you missed out many of them because we were dealing with them in another temple, but you got some today. By doing them, all my papas are reduced. Papa, I told, is roughly translated as sin. Destroy all our papa. And the person who is able to do the yajna and then live his life by the result of the yajna, that fellow is actually living by prasad, by grace of Bhagavan. The result of the yajna is the grace of the Lord. Whatever yajna I do, sacrifice I make, the grace of the Lord descends on me. And the person who lives by that, Bhagavan says he reaches Brahma. He reaches the absolute reality. Now this is 31. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama Shri Krishna Sharanam
Krishna
ki
Jai.
Yajna Shishtamrita Bhujaha. Now, this simply means that the person who enjoys the result of yajna. It means my whole life. If you take these 12 type of yajnas which have been given here so far, you will see they actually encompass our whole life. So my whole life has to be a yajna. Everything that I do in life has to be a yajna. I'm sacrificing either for the world, or I'm sacrificing my own personal comforts and my own laziness and my own lethargy and my own procrastination and all of those things. I'm sacrificing so that I will evolve spiritually. So it is either some external sacrifice I'm doing for the benefit of the people in the community and the world, or I'm doing for my own benefit. But both are sacrifices only. And he says the person who lives his life by sacrifice like this, he says yanti brahma sanatanam. He goes to the supreme Brahman. He goes to the supreme reality. He merges with God. And he says for the person, the next line says 2 lines only. One who does yajna, he reaches Paramatma, Brahman. One who doesn't do yajna, well, he says na ayam lokaha asti ayajnasya kutaha anyaha kurusattama. O Kurusattama Arjuna is another name for Arjuna. So many names of Arjuna are given here. O Kurusattama Arjuna, the one who lives who performs yajna, everything is sacrifice in his life, that person reaches Paramatma. What about the person who doesn't do this yajna, his life has no sacrifice, no type of sacrifice? Oh, he said even in this world he cannot have happiness, joy, anything. What to talk about any other world? Even in this world, that fellow will be miserable. And haven't you walked around this world and seen many miserable people? Oh, Bapre. One fellow will get up in the morning and he'll say, "Arey wah, kya baat hai? Kitna sundar hai mere desh, aur ye Surya Bhagwan. He is rising, sun is rising. Huh? How beautiful in this Guyana, South America." And another one will say, get up in the morning, same desh, same sunrise. He'll get up in the morning, "Oh God, is Monday already, boy? Is Monday already?" He get up from the moment he wake up his misery. Everybody in the house, they say, why doesn't he go back to sleep? Because he has misery and he brings misery to everybody. So everybody in the house say, why doesn't he go back to sleep, man? So in other words, the one who lives his life by sacrifice becomes a dynamic, evolutionary, spiritual being. And the one who lives his life without sacrifice, he is a miserable being in this world. And Bhagavan said, what to talk about any other, because where he is going to be more miserable. So our whole life, the message from all of those passages, which we just finished, which we started yesterday in town and finished today, the message from those passages is, my whole life should be a sacrifice. Every aspect of my life. It's a powerful message. And I have to determine whether I want to have a nice, smooth, harmonious, spiritual, evolutionary life, or whether I want to have a miserable life in this world and whichever world I'm born in from hereafter. And yajna is the thing that characterizes or makes the difference between the two. All the various forms of yajna in every aspect of that. Okay. Evam bahudha yajnaha vitata brahmano mukhi. I had quoted this verse before. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Brahmano Mukhe means the Vedas. Yeah, Brahma means Vedas. So you have to be very careful. That's why I tell we need some sampradaya. Everywhere there's sampradaya, we just don't pay attention. Sampradaya is there in every aspect of life. Look here. You know when you're putting up the curtain, right? When you're putting up the curtain, in some curtains you will have a little metal hole like that. Have you seen? In which the rod goes, and it will have a metal thing around it. Now there's a name for it. I used to know the name, but I forgot. Of course, I'm not a curtain person. But how you will learn it? How you will learn the name? Well, you will only learn the name from a person who is in that business, isn't it? So, like right now they are building that bridge. Big bridge, just here. And they will have different types of columns and cables and support systems and all. Now if you go, well, I go, all we see is a bridge. But when the engineers come there, they say, well, this type of cable, this type of column is called a stanchion, and this type of column is called something else, and they have names for all of this. So if you have to know the name of all the elements on that bridge, but you have to learn from somebody who is already in that business, how you learn? So we learn like that from somebody who is already doing that thing. You see? So now, in the very same way, in the scriptures here, we learn from a sampradaya. So now the word Brahma is used throughout the scriptures everywhere. Brahma. So now from the sampradaya we know here, Brahmanaha Mukhe means from the Vedas. We only can know that from the sampradaya. We cannot, if we see it by ourselves, we will not be able to understand what it means. Because see, when Bhagwan gave the word, then Ved Vyasji told it meant this thing. Or if Ved Vyasji did not give, Bhagwan Shiva took avatar and he came as Bhagwan Shankaracharya and he said, this word which Bhagwan gave, it means this. And then all his disciples said, okay, this is the meaning. And those disciples passed it on to the other disciples, this is the meaning, and this is how we ended up with the meaning. So Brahmano, see, even the word Veda is not used there. Brahmano Mukhe means the Vedas. So what Bhagwan means to say, the Vedas, there are countless yajnas, which 12 of which he just gave in the preceding verses. In the Vedas, there are countless yajnas. And he says, Karmajan vidhitan sarvan nyatva vimokshase. Now this line is the important operative line for all of us. Why is the operative line? You know, I know a man, let me tell you this thing. There are many people in this world who know how to plan out the work. We know how to plan out the work, but there are few people who know how to work out the plan. We are good at planning out the work, but not working out the plan. And just now we were talking about taking vows. So taking vow is planning out the work, but following through with the vow is working out the plan. I know a man who, he had a lot of land. Right? It's a real thing. He had a lot of land, one plot, 100 by 50. Man, that man did a model of that plot on a table. Fence. On a table he did a model. And where you'll put which tree and which fence post and where the house will go and where the garage will go. And he made model of all of them, right? Of everything in that plot. So he made it on a table. So he planned out the work. Till today he has not worked out that plan. What he ended up with? A model But you could live in a model. You live in the mud, not in model. So, Bhagavan is telling in this second line, all the yajnas which we just talked about, all the forms of sacrifice, all of them are rooted in action. Means we have to do something, otherwise yajna is not possible. You have to do something. Sacrifice is not something you just have in your mind and okay, I'm going to sacrifice. They are all rooted in karma. Karmajan vidhitan sarvan. A yajna is only possible, sacrifice is only possible if you do something. For the person who does nothing. You know, one man was saying, I've been driving for 45 years. No, I have had my driver's license for 45 years and I have not gotten in one accident. The other man said, really? Driver's license 45 years? How come? Because I don't drive. And if you have a driver's license for 45 years and you never drove, how you will get an accident? If I know about all the yajna, why Bhagavan is telling this to Arjuna? You know, Arjuna does not want to do this action. He does not want to do his duty. This is how Bhagavad Gita started. He doesn't want to fight. He's a soldier. Which soldier doesn't want to fight? They'll court-martial him and shoot him. So he doesn't want to do his duty. And Bhagavan is talking about sacrifice. My dear Arjuna, if you do not do your action, do your duty, you cannot do sacrifice. And if you cannot do sacrifice, you will be a miserable being in this world. What to talk about? Next world. So to engage in any type of sacrifice in this world, I have to engage in some action. That is the important thing. Huh? And it says, by engaging in that action, in the spirit of sacrifice, then vimoksha, say, you will get mukti, which is the prayoja. Now, one question is there Arjuna's mind. Prabhu, this is very important now for Guyana, for Trinidad, for all Hindus. Please listen to this verse. Arjuna's question is, of all these yajnas which you just noted, all the yajnas which you just noted, so list, which is the best yajna? See Bhagavan's reply. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Sarvam karmakhilam partha jnane parisamaapyate.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Krishna Kanaya Lal ki
Jai.
Shreyan Dravyamayat Yagnat. Now see, Bhagavan is giving the two extremes of yajnas. One is Dravya Yajna. Like for example, you will find some person will come and he'll say, look, I don't have any time to come to that temple now. I don't have any time to come to satsang and all. Take this money and just do. I don't have time to come there. But it's still a sacrifice because that money could have been used for something. Correct? So he comes to the temple and he gives, take it, you do. I don't have time to come there. Called Dravya Yagna, where I actually offer some material possession. We don't see, these things are coming in Bhagavad Gita because we don't see it so much in this part of the world, but in Bharat, which is the proper name for India, in Bharat, people will take all, like for example, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, somebody, they will take all the jewelry like this and go and give all to the temple. So much gold. It's a common thing. Common thing. The temples have so much gold. It's called Dravya Yagna. That's why the word Dravya is used, and not Dhana. Some material possession. So, and that is on one side. And the next one, better than any type of Dravya Yagna, Bhagavan says, Gyana Yagna. Actually, it is based on this verse that Chinmaya Mission was formed. Chinmaya Mission is formed to do Jnana Yagna in this world. Jnana Yagna. Jnana Yagna means now what? I'll tell you. You know, in our tradition, fire and light and Surya Bhagwan, sun, fire, light, all of them, they signify or they symbolize knowledge. You know that, right? Asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrityorma amritam gamaya. You know that, right? Oh, let me tell you one more thing before we continue there. Asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrityorma. 3 times ma is coming in that mantra, because it's nothing to that bar or anything. I just for matter of transferring proper knowledge. Ma there does not mean ma like mother. Many places I have been and they say, okay, chant a mantra for the Devi, for the mother, and people chant this mantra. Chant a mantra for the mother. People chant this mantra. Ma 3 times there does not mean mother. This is Sanskrit. Ma means mother in Hindi. And that's ma. There's a nasal. This one has no nasal. Ma here means me. This is Sanskrit mantra. So, lead me from darkness to light. Lead me from untruth to truth. Lead me from death to deathlessness. Like that. So me, 3 times it comes. So ma, please remember this. Now, I'm telling wherever I'm going all over this world that there is no excuse today for us to not know the correct thing. Because everything is there on the internet. In the old days, there was excuse. Okay, we cut off from Bharat. 180 years gone, we were cut off and we couldn't find proper teachers and this and so far. How to find people? Now there's nothing. No excuse. We have to improve. See, and the younger generation is doing very well. Today when the Baba pronounced Bhagavad Gita, my heart lit up. Because the Bhagavad Gita name was pronounced so good. So like that, we have to, every generation should improve. Right. So now, Gyaan Yagna, I'm telling, this Chinmaya Mission was formed to perform this Gyaan Yagna everywhere in this world. So what it involves is, in our tradition, Surya Bhagwan, Agni Dev, and light, all of them go together and they all symbolize knowledge. And in this mantra also, darkness, lead me from darkness to light. Darkness symbolizes ignorance. You know that Diwali, all the festivals, you hear this all the time. Right? Right. So what is Gyaan Yagna? It is this. I kindle in my life the light of knowledge, or the fire of knowledge. I kindle that in my mind. And in that fire of knowledge, I offer all the ignorance from my life. I offer it into that fire of knowledge. Now you know, anything you offer into that fire of knowledge, it will get burnt away. Fire is like that. You'll put a whole coconut in that fire and it gets burnt away. So in the same way, whatever ignorance I have, I offer it into the fire of knowledge. This thing is called as Gyana Yagna. And this is the supremest Yagna that is known for human beings. Why? Because our supremest problem is ignorance only. And there is only one solution for ignorance. Ignorance only has one antidote. That is knowledge. So the supremest Yagna you could do is Gyana Yagna, means to say, into the fire of knowledge. Kindle the fire of knowledge inside and offer all ignorance inside. So when Arjuna looks at Bhagavan to find out which is the best of Yagna, Bhagavan easily tells, Gyana Yagna supersedes any type of Yagna that you can do. Shreyan Dravyamayat Yagna, Dravyamayat Yagna, Jnana Yagna, O Parantapa. And see, at this time, very interesting also Bhagavan. Just now, in the previous verses, he was using some other names of Arjuna. So many other names. Now, Parantapa. And Tapa word is coming. Tap means to burn. Arjuna is the scorcher of the enemies. So in this case, the enemy is ignorance. And Arjuna's name is Parantapa, the one who burns the enemy to ashes. So all our ignorance has to be burnt to ashes with the fire of knowledge. This is the idea. Sarvam karma akhilam partha jnane parisamapyate. This has two meanings. One meaning is that all karmas which we are doing today, every karma, good or bad, that karma is going to lead to some knowledge down the road. I'll tell you how. If I do some good karma, one good thing leads to another good thing because the result is good. If I do some bad karma, well, when I do some bad karma, that is why I told you yesterday, na? Dukh mein sumiran sab kare, sukh mein kare na koi. So when I do some bad karma, the result is bad. It brings dukkha, sorrow. And when it brings dukkha, that I remember Bhagavan. So when I get that dukkha, that sorrow, I remember the Lord. So when I remember the Lord, and now I will start going on the path of dharma. So it will lead to Gyan somewhere down the road. This is one meaning. All karma leads to knowledge somewhere down the road. Good or bad karma. Sooner or later. The second meaning of this will come in a few verses down. In number 37, Bhagavan will give a whole verse on that thing. A very famous verse. Alright. Now, in another very famous, I keep saying this every night, this verse famous, that verse famous. But the whole Bhagavad Gita famous. See this. This verse is a summary of the whole Bhagavad Gita in one verse. Tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Upadeshyanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha This Bhagavad Gita is made up of 18 chapters. The first 6 chapters predominantly deal with this path of Karma Yoga. The second 6 chapters predominantly deal with the path of Bhakti Yoga. And the last 6 chapters deal predominantly with the path of Jnana Yoga. Here Bhagavan says, know that reality, know Paramatma, know Bhagavan, know the Brahman, the absolute reality of this universe. Tad Vidhi, that is like something that it is our duty to do as a human being in this human life. That is the type of language which is used. Know it, understand it, that reality. Tad Vidhi. But now the next 3 words which are given symbolize this, actually words found in these 3 parts. Tad Vidhi pranipatena, surrender. Now that is Bhakti Marg. By surrender. Know that reality by surrender. Pranipatena. Pariprashnena. By inquiry and question, wanting to know. When you ask a question, I want to know. I should have a deep desire to know. The one who doesn't want to know about Shastra, it means I'm still sleeping in the beds of tamas. I should have a deep desire to know myself, Jiva, know Jagat, know Jagatishvara. So Pariprashna, I have to ask questions. That is Jnana Marga. Path of Jnana, knowledge. And Sevaya, Seva, Karma. Karma Marga. 3 words are given. And in order to now, all 3 of them, to practice what? Upadekshantite means I have to approach some great sage, Mahatma, Guru, everybody should have some Guru in their life. If you don't, it means you will be walking around in a dark with no light. If I don't have a Guru in my life, I am walking around in the dark with no light. How far you will reach? Quickly you will fall in the drain, isn't it? So we have to have some Guru in life. He says, approach that Guru, surrender, do seva, ask questions. And upadekshantite jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. Such enlightened beings, they will give this teaching, this upadesh. Everything will be fine. Jnanam yajñatva na punarmoham. Having acquired that knowledge, in the next verse it completes. I will not fall back into the rut of delusion in this worldly sojourn. Again to go through birth and death and disease and all the other things which I go through life after life. Anyway, this will be seen in detail, but tomorrow, now let me tell you where. Tomorrow, Bel Air Vishnu Mandir. That is now when we're coming here today, we saw it. So, as you know, we are going from temple to temple, so tomorrow we'll be at the Bel Air Vishnu Mandir. Okay, same time, 7 to 8:30. A very special thank you to Padisham and all the wonderful people, Muneshwarji, president of the temple, and all those who contributed tonight in whichever way to make this yajna possible in this very wonderful Surya Narayan Mandir. See, Surya Bhagwan we were talking about, Surya Narayan. Yeah. So, thank you so much for hosting this 28th night here. And 29th night, tomorrow we'll see you in Bel Air. Those of you who can make it, please do come. These bookmarks have been printed especially for this 108th night occasion, and we have some nice quotes from Bhagavad Gita also and from Puja Gurudev and all that. Please have one. One has been kept for everybody. Okay. Gita chanting competition is going to happen in June. You can join the Gita chanting class. There are qualified teachers to teach the chanting. Please, you can do it online. You don't have to come to the ashram. You can learn to chant it online. It's going on right now. Please sign up. There's time. And learn to chant the Gita properly. And you can enter the competition also in June. All right? It is being sponsored by the Indian High Commission, the Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center here, and Chinmaya Mission. All together have come together to have this proper teaching of Gita chanting and all that. Okay? You don't know what is a pizzoti. And I don't know if you know also in Guyana what is a pepper roti. But you know what is a pizza. You know what is a pepper roti? Yeah? Right. So in Trinidad back in the day, and still goes on, they used to make a big roti like that size. Bigger. And there's a stuff inside, hot pepper and all that. One piece, and your kundalini will raise, like this. So hot. But anyway, we have made a blend between that pepper roti and a pizza. So it is, we have been making it at the ashram there for many, many years. It is called a pizzoti. Because a pizza and pepper roti. Pizzoti. So on the 8th of March, we are having pizzoti at the ashram for fundraiser. We have to raise funds somehow because we have to pay the electricity bill and the phone bill. And we are teaching online. We have to have internet bill, isn't it? If we are teaching online Gita chanting to so many students, whole day internet working. So we have to pay the bill somehow. Right. So on the 8th of March, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., we're having a fundraiser at the ashram. We'll be making pizzoti on sale. All right? Okay. The grand finale of this 108 nights takes place on the 3rd of May at the Gandhi Youth Cricket Ground in town. Gandhi Youth. On the 3rd of May at 5 p.m. Please do come. Don't miss the opportunity. We are planning to make it a grand event at 5 p.m. 3rd of May. Okay. From the 14th of July to the 1st of August, we have children's camp at the ashram in Monripo. Bhagavad Gita camp. So you can bring your children there to have the camp for the whole 3 weeks in Bhagavad Gita. Alright. So many various types of classes are going on. Chinmay Mission is basically a teaching organization. We are engaged in a lot of teaching. That is our forte actually. We teach all sorts of things. That is what we do the best. So many classes are going on at the ashram and online and all that. Please speak to Devji and Jinaji who are here sitting in white. They are the acharyas who have been posted to Chinmay Mission Guyana now. They were posted in Toronto for 10 years. And there they built Chinmay Mission from scratch. Here also now, they are posted in Guyana. And they are having so many classes. So please don't miss the opportunity to meet them and find out all the classes that are going on. So many things are happening. All right. You can learn Sanskrit from scratch also from them. Guyana is lucky actually. Everywhere in the world we go, people are asking, why don't you send a teacher, send a teacher, send a teacher? And here in Guyana you got 2 teachers. So I think we're very fortunate. All right. Last is, for people who want to study this type of knowledge and serve the society by teaching, because Chinmay Mission is a teaching organization, you really have to go through a rigorous Vedanta course. It is a 2-year course. You have to come and stay in the ashram for 2 years. Study from 5:30 a.m. till 8 p.m. Study from 5:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. every single day for 2 years with not a single holiday. No holiday on Saturday and Sunday and no holiday on Diwali day and nothing. No Shivratri also. Every single day the studies. In that 2 years, we'll cover in 2 years what we cover in a university in 15 years. That is the volume of studies. So that course is starting in Trinidad this year on the 2nd of October. So those who really want to study this type of knowledge to serve the society in this capacity, they have to come and take that course. Now here are the qualifications. The person has to be 30 years and under. The person has to be unmarried. And last, the person has to have some university degree. If those qualifications are met, everything is provided free in the ashram. Okay? It's a really serious, rigorous thing. Okay. Those are the announcements. We will see for those who can make it in Bel Air tomorrow. We'll have Arati and then conclusion. Let's all stand for Arati. Om Jai Bhagavad Gita, Maya Jai Bhagavad Gita, Hari Kamal Vihari, Hari Kamal Vihari, Sundar Supunite, Om Jai Bhagavad Gita.
जय भगवत गीते मैया जय भगवत गीते हरिय कमल विहारी हरिय कमल विहारी सुंदर सुपुनीते
पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम। बोले वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय, श्री सत्य सनातन धर्म की जय। नमः पार्वती पते हर हर महादेव। हरि ओम। प्लीज ऑल्सो
More than just a supermarket at super quality. Want organic food, storage solutions, and toys for the kids? We've got that and so much more. Come to Super Quality Supermarkets, located at Twin Cities, Shigona, Vancouver. For more details, call 223-9715.
वैष्णवजन तो देने कहिए दे, पीर पराई जान रे। वैष्णवजन तो देने कहिए दे, पीर पराई जान रे। पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये, पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये, मन अभिमान ना आना रे। वैष्णवजन तो तेने कहिए दे, पीर पराई जान रे। वैष्णवजन तो सकल लोकमा सहुनवने, निंदा न करे केनी रे। सकल लोकमा सहुनवने, निंदा न करे केनी रे। काच काच मन समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी पर श्री देने माता रे समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी पर श्री देने माता रे जिह्वा तकी असत्य न बोले पर धन न बझाले हाथ दे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जान दे वैष्णव जन तो मोह माया व्यापे नहीं देने दृढ़ वैराग्य जिन मन मारे मोह माया व्यापे नहीं देने दृढ़ वैराग्य जिन मन मारे राम नाम ताली लागी सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे वैष्णव जन को तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जान दे वैष्णव जन को वन लोभी ने कपट रहित के काम क्रोध निवार्या रे वन लोभी ने कपट रहित के काम क्रोध निवार्या रे धनी नर संयोगी दर्शन करता पुर एको तीर तार्या रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए दे पीर पराई जान रे पर दुख उपकार करे पर दुखे उपकार करे तो मन अभिमान ना आने रे वैष्णव जन को तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जान रे वैष्णव जन वैष्णव जन बोले वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय। श्रीमद् सद्गुरु सरकार की जय। श्रीमद् भागवत महापुराण की जय। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ब्रजे वसन्तं नवनीतचौरं गोपाङ्गनानां चडुकूलचौरम् अनेकजन्मार्जितपापचौरम् चौराग्रगण्यं पुरुषं नमामि। वन्दे बृन्दावनानन्दा राधिका परमेश्वरी गोपिकां परमां शुद्धा ह्लादिनी शक्तिरूपिणी। नमः कमलना नमः कमलमालिने नमः कमलपादाय नमस्ते कमलेक्षण यो ब्रह्माणं विदधाति पूर्वं यो वै वेदांश्च प्रहिणोति तस्मै तद्ध्वं देवमात्मबुद्धिप्रकाशं मुमुक्षुर्वै शरणमहं प्रपद्ये। बोले वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय। श्रीमद् सद्गुरु सरकार की जय। श्री राधा रानी की जय। श्रीमद् भागवत महापुराण की। आदरणीय पूजनीय पंडित गण, प्रिय सज्जनों, प्रिय भक्त समुदाय, विप्र मंडली, महानुभाव, most worshipable Pandits, devotees of the Supreme Lord, the dearest devotees of the Lord, divine souls. First let me say Radhe Radhe to each and everyone, and my pranam, my humblest prostrations to each and every one of you. Very special welcome also to our viewers on Bhakti TV, which is coming live, as well as Facebook. We want to say special thanks to our sponsors of Bhakti TV, the Little Store Limited of Rapsi Street, Currap, phone number 663-4415, and Seetal Fabricating and Construction Limited of Felicity, phone number 671-5126. Also to the Satya Ananda Ashram and Pandit Satyanand Maharaj and his team for producing, who are the producers of Bhakti TV, for the wonderful job they're doing. Of course, to all of you who are looking on through Bhakti TV, the medium of Facebook or Bhakti TV, Radhe Radhe to each and everyone, and my humblest pranam to all of you. As we about to begin Katha tonight, the last night of the 7 nights at Jagat Guru Kripalu Parishad JKP Center, let us all join in Bhagavad Sumiran. Focus your mind on Shri Krishna. Meditate. Sumiran means Smaran. Remember Shri Krishna. Bhagavad Mahapuran is the personification of Shri Krishna. In one of the lines it says, Dehu mohi baradan radha var yeh vad sada. Give me this boon that always I'm asking for this boon from Radha Vad, the beloved of Shri Radha, Shri Krishna. Prema bhari muskan, to see that smile on your face filled with love all the time. Nitya chitta me, every moment in my heart forever I should see that form, that beautiful face of yours with a smile and filled with love. Mohi chahiye kachu nahi, aur bastu Prabhu. I want nothing else from you, my Lord. Nothing worldly. What I want, basi rahe manamahi, yeh baki jhaki sada. This most beautiful form of yours, bent in 3 places, neck, waist and ankles, should always be in my mind and my heart. Liye lakutiya hath guyana ke piche phirat. With a lakuti, that golden stick, your staff in your hand, and always walking behind the cows in Vrindavan, or gwala bala liye saath, together with your cowhood friends, or more mukut shira paradhare, and having a peacock feather on your crown on your head, or kar murli urmal. In your hands you have the divine flute and the garland of wild flowers around your neck. Asisha mukutta kati pita pata, with a beautiful crown on your head, golden, and around the waist, ankles, and around you wearing, tied around your waist, the yellow cloth, your pitambar, so beautiful. Ya chaviso nandalal basau hridamama nishi divas. I ask that all this I have described, that form of the Lord in this way, this most beautiful form of Nandalal, Shri Krishna, reside in my heart day and night. Mama nishi, mama hriday, basahu hriday, mama nishi divas. Guru pad raj dharshis, kahu bhagavat ki katha. Taking the dust of the lotus feet of my spiritual master, this divine saint, I am able to relate the katha, the divine philosophy of Bhagavad Mahapuran. That philosophy, jo Shukadeva Munish Kavi, so Parikshanipaati Bhaye, that has been delivered by the great saint Shukadeva ji, that great Muni, that great poet, and which has been listened to with great love by Parikshit, King Parikshit Maharaj. This is some of the very little description of what we are singing. Riddhi Siddhi Data Siddhi Sadan Badan Vadan Sumiro Barambar Madan Kadan Ke Lal Ganapati Kripa Nidhan Gyaan Khani Anand Bhavan Dehu Mohi Bardhan Varano Bhasha Bhagavat Bhakti Vishay Nir Jai Shiva Anand Kand Bhutnath Bhaya Haran भक्ति विषय निर्बंध ब्रजभूषण दूषण हरन काटहु भव भय फंद चरण शरण ली आन कर जय 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 जगदीश सेवत शेष महेश अज महिमा अमित अभेद वेद भेद जानत नेह देहु मोहि बरदान राधा वरय वर सदा प्रेम भरी मुस्कान नित चित में खट काट रहे मोहि चाहिए कछुना और वसु प्रभु जात की बसी रहे मन माही यह बाकी झाकी सदा लिए न कुटिया हाथ गायन के पीछे पीरत ग्वाल बाल लिए साथ मोर मुकुट शिर पर धरे कर मुरली उर्मा शीश मुकुट शिर पद कर मुरली उर्मा शीश मुकुट कटी पीत पट या छवि सो नंदला बसो हृदय मम निशि दिवस गुरु पद रज धर्षि गुरु पद रज धर्षीश कहु भागवत की कथा जो शुकदेव मुनीश कवि सो परीक्षित अति भय निगम कल्पतरो गलितं फलम् सुखमुखादमृतत् द्रव संयुतम् पिबत भागवतं रसमालयम् मुहुरहो रसिका भुवि भावुका। बोले वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय, बोल राधा रानी की, श्रीमद् भागवत महापुराण की। Just briefly, this katha is being related by the great Rishi, Shresht, topmost among Rishi Muni, Naraji, to Vasudev, who had the great fortune of being the father of Bhagavan Shri Krishna during his descension. Vasudev had the fortune of meeting Naraji during one of his many visits to Dwarika. And seeing this is a golden opportunity, asked Naraji to relate some katha, some divine philosophy of the Lord, whereby his heart could attain true peace, true happiness, and get closer to Bhagavan. Naraji chose to relate the katha of the conversation between Videhanimi, the king Videhanimi, under 9 Yogeshwars, the sons of Rishabh Bhagwan. And so far, we had covered and started question number 8. We covered 7 questions and started number 8. Remember the question? ये लोग जो संसारिक है, भगवान से प्यार नहीं करते, भगवान से मतलब ही नहीं, बस विषयों का भोग करते हैं और सोचते हैं कि संसार में ही सुख है, इसका क्या, वो क्या होगा, उनको क्या स्थिति होंगी उसका. The question number 8, those souls who do not have time for God, who do not think about God, who don't have faith in God, who don't love the Lord, there's no attachment of the mind. Yeah, they go to church, they go to mandir, they go to the masjid, they go to Gurudwara. They seem to be very religious people. But the whole aim of going to church, etc., they perform religious works, is with the hope that they will get more of the world. Either they don't have anything in the world, or if they have, they want more. As I said, 99.99% of us in the world belong to this category. We pray to God, they go to the mandir, to the church, masjid, Gurudwara, everywhere, and regular too. They light diya every day, they offer jal, offer abhishek on the shivling to Suraj Narayan Swami. Some people fast every day of the week. Every day is a different fast. So much things they seem to be doing. But for what reason? Their whole idea is that by doing that, they'll get more of the world. They'll get a good job, a better job, more money, they'll win the lotto. If they don't have children, they'll get children. If they don't have a husband, they will get a good husband, a good wife. If someone is sick, they will get cured, etc. Everything is materialistic, worldly. In other words, there is no attachment or love for God. They don't have time for that. No one has been able to convince them that the happiness they're searching for, they'll find only in God. They don't have that knowledge as yet. The knowledge is still firm in the mind that I will find happiness in the world. If I don't find it today, I'll find it tomorrow, but I will find it. And so they keep searching. From uncountable lifetime, we have been searching. And because of that, we have been rotating in 8.4 million forms of life over and over, from beginningless time. And so we were told that mostly these people will go to hell. They will rotate in the 8.4 million forms of life. They will do everything religiously, but there was no love for God. They misinterpret the deeper meaning of the Vedic scriptures, thinking that the scriptures are telling us to perform all these rituals in order to get material happiness. This is how they interpret the Vedas and the scriptures. They're doing Vedic rites and rituals, yagna, havan, so much things they're doing. But it's all misinterpreting. The Vedas say, avidyaya mantare vartamana swayam dhira panditam manyamana janghanyamana pariyanti mudha andhe naivaniyamana yathandha. Mundak Upanishad, first Mundak, second Kand, 8 mantra. The Vedas are saying, those people who consider themselves to be very wise, very knowledgeable, that they have read Ved. They know what the Vedas are saying. But they misinterpret the Vedas, thinking that the Vedas are teaching. They view the Vedic rites and rituals to be the highest teachings of the Vedas, and that the aim of all this is to acquire the fruits of the world, to go to heaven, etc. This to them is the aim of life. They are fools. The scriptures, the Vedas are saying, Mudha. And people they are blind, literally. And those who believe them and follow them, they are more foolish and more blind than them. Andhe naiva niyamana yathan dhaha. The Vedas are saying, blind leading the blind. So this is not what the scriptures are teaching. The scriptures are teaching us the whole aim of the teachings of the Vedas, etc., is to go closer to God, to love God. This is the whole aim, is to teach us how to attain the true happiness. And the only way is to attain the true happiness, everlasting happiness, is to attain Sri Krishna, because Sri Krishna is happiness. And this is what the Vedas are teaching. So, we also saw that anything in excess in the world makes us blind to God. Makes us blind to God. Someone has anything a little bit extra in the world, whether it's beauty, whether it's some status, whether it's strength, a position, something. This brings arrogance. Arrogance. It's very hard to turn such people away from the world and towards God. Nahi ko vas janma jagmahi prabhuta pahi jahi madanahi. There never was, nor is, nor will there be such a person who have acquired something in excess in the world, materially. It could be position, they could be very beautiful, very handsome, they have some strength, power, some status, and they have not become arrogant. That's why the scripture says it is easier for a camel to enter the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. So they interpret the Vedas as discussing only the objects of desire, of their desires, sensual desires. And so to them, they're naturally inclined to enjoy sensual pleasures, to drink alcohol, to eat meat, etc. What is the use of money? What we should do with money? If you have money, what is the real use of money? Let's hear. We'll sing a bhajan. In the books you have, please turn to page 18. बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे. Radha Rani, who resides, her place is called Barsana. She's very soft and innocent in heart. Very innocent hearted, very beautiful. She's very easy to please. For all my everything, myself, my everything on Radharani. Barsane wali Radhe Bhori bhari pyari Radhe Barsane wali Radhe वारी वारी प्यारी राधे सुकुमारी प्यारी राधे वारी वारी प्यारी राधे नथवारी प्यारी राधे प्यारी 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 राधे नथवारी प्यारी राधे प्यारी 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 राधे ओ प्यारी 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 राधे प्यारी 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 राधे ओ बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे विशन्तः परकायेषु स्वात्मानं हरिमीश्वरम् मृतके सानुबन्धेऽस्मिन् बुद्धश्रेयः पतयन् पतः ये कैवल्य संप्राप्ता ये चातिष्ठाश्वमूढतां त्रैवर्गिता गीता ह्यक्षिका आत्मानं घातयन्ति ते बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे पिय प्यारी प्यारी राधे बलिहारी प्यारी राधे पिय प्यारी प्यारी राधे बलिहारी प्यारी राधे ओ प्यारे ते प्यारी राधे प्राणों ते प्यारी राधे प्यारे ते प्यारी राधे प्राणों ते प्यारी राधे ओ प्राणों ते प्यारी राधे प्राणों ते प्यारी राधे ओ बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे बनवारी वारी राधे ब्रजनारी वारी राधे बनवारी वारी राधे ब्रजनारी वारी राधे ओ अति ही कृपालु राधे मन में बसाले राधे अति ही कृपालु राधे मन में बसाले राधे ओ मन में बसाले राधे मन में बसाले राधे ओ बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे बरसाने वाली राधे भोरी भारी प्यारी राधे बोले बरसाने वाली राधा रानी की जय। Most people don't understand, a statement in the scripture. It is easier for a camel to enter the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. In the Bible it says, but it doesn't give the answer. Why? And that's why in Christianity, most people who have huge crowd following them, They teach the opposite to that. They tell people if you accept Christ, you'll become billionaires, millionaires. Totally opposite to what the Christ is saying. So in Hinduism, we get the answer. What happens? These things brings arrogance, anything in excess. If a person who has wealth, position, etc., were to go by himself in a room and ask himself, look in the mirror and ask himself, do I have pride? Do I have ego? No. Who gives the answer? The intellect, which is governed by ego, by ahankar, is not going to go against itself. Even God and the saints cannot turn such arrogant people towards God. There's only one remedy, one medication, one remedy for such people intoxicated with their wealth, etc. Their position, their wealth, their beauty. Bhagavad Mahapurana says, Asatah Shri Madandhasya Daridram Paramanjanam Atmaupam Yena Bhutani Daridrah Paramikshate. 10th canto, 10th chapter, 13th verse, Srimad Bhagavad Mahapurana. The Bhagavad is saying, only when the cause of their arrogance is destroyed, they have a lot of wealth, the wealth is destroyed, they become daridra, daridri, they become very poor. They're very proud of their beauty, something happens, the beauty is lost. Someone has beautiful hair, always fixing, always loving the hair. Suddenly they become no hair, like me. Whatever is the cause of the arrogance, it's a great grace we don't understand. It's taken away. Then they're brought back to their senses. Otherwise, impossible. So, even though, let's suppose we have wealth, not everyone, but some do have, it's because we had done something wonderful in our past life. We had given dan, charity. That's how we get wealth. When you give dan, charity, and in the right vessel, to the right person, the right place, that same wealth given to the wrong person, the wrong place, can end up being harmful. You can go to hell. You give someone money and they use that money to do wrong thing, to commit a murder, to kill someone, etc. You get part of the punishment also. Anyhow, so it means we did it in the right place, in the right way, so that's why we have. And now we're doing everything wrong. So what you're supposed to do with the दान? ये दान है धर्म के लिए. ये धर्म में लगाओ. ये भागवत बता रहे कि इसको धर्म में लगाओ. धर्म लगाने से ज्ञान आते हैं और इससे शांति मिलेगा, मोक्ष मिलेगा. Here, धनम च धर्मैक फलम यतो वैज्ञानम सविज्ञान मनु प्रशांति. Bhagavad is saying, 11th canto, 5th chapter, 11th verse. That dhan, that charity, that money, that wealth you have, utilize it in dharma. Utilize it towards God. This will bring knowledge, true knowledge. Utilize it in dhan is so important. We don't understand how important, especially in the age we live in. Tulsidas ji says in the Ramayana, Doha, प्रगट चारि पर धर्म के कलिमल एक प्रधान हो रामा कलिमल एक प्रधान केन विधि दीनेऊ दान करे कल्याण हो रामा दान करे कल्याण सियावर रामचंद्र कर जय शरण शंकर हरिओम जय जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम
जय जय सिया राम।
प्रगट चारि पर धर्म के कलिमल एक प्रधान ये न केन विधि दीनेऊ दान करे कल्याण. Dharma has 4 principles on which it stands. Satya, Daya, Shauch, Dan. Satya, truthfulness. Daya, compassion. Shauch, purity. Not taking a bath, purity in thought. Shuddha vichar. Or Dan, charity. In Satyug, this is most prevalent, all 4. In Treta Yuga also, in Dwapar to a lesser extent. But in Kali Yuga, only one remains. There's no truthfulness, there's no compassion, and there's no purity in thought. Yeah, we bathe a lot, we can take a lot of bath and put on clean clothes. And we think that is shauch. No, pure thought. Shuddha vichar. So only one remains, Dan. Therefore, do Dan, give charity. But, yena kena vidhi dine, there's a vidhi, a law. We have to give charity, Dan. It's a debt we owe to God. So much things God has given to us free. He's given the sun, He's given the rain, He's given the wind, all free. We don't pay for it. He's given us this human birth, which even devatas are praying for. He's given all His vegetables and all these things that we can eat to keep the body healthy. So God says, you, for all this, and besides also you're committing, you murder, you're killing. No, I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. No, even vegetarian. That bora, that baigan, that tomato, they all have life. The soul rotates in 8.4 million forms. There's life there too. So to repay for that, God says you have to give 10% of your earning, dashansh, in charity. 10%. But vidhi, there's a rule how, where to give it. Shri Krishna says in Gita, Deshe kale cha patre cha taddanam satvikam smitam. Chapter 17, verse 20, Gita. Patra ke anusar, according to the vessel, according to who and where you give this dan, this charity, that's the benefit you will get. You give it to a rajasic, tamasic person, you go to hell. Sattvic person, you get this material world or you go to heaven. All destructible. So this sattvic, rajasic, tamasic, this 3-patra vessel. And there's a 4th one, nirgun patra. This beyond Maya. We give it to a saint. We use it for God. We use it in dharma. That will give us divine fruit. This is what dan is supposed to use. You have excess. Don't use it to just enjoy the world more. People think when I say this, I'm going against them and I don't want them to enjoy the world. Are bhaiya, it's not me. Bhagavad Mahapuran is saying, Yavad bhriyeta jatharam tavat sattvam hi dehinam adhikam yobhi manyeta sastena dandam arhati. Srimad Bhagavad Mahapuran, 7 canto, 14 chapter, 8 verse. Not because you have plenty money, you're going to spend like crazy and enjoy the senses even more. Try to get the best of everything in the world. Who told you to do that? Bhagavad is saying, anyone who spends and utilizes more than necessary to upkeep himself and the family, to the point, Yava Briyata Jatharam, how much rightfully belongs to us, how much we can fill our stomach. That's rightfully yours. More than that, sustain. Means that you're a thief. You're stealing. Outdone Marhati, you're going to get double punishment. So enjoy. Spend in the world and try to get the best of everything. And besides, it's going to attach you. You're claiming that you are satsangi, you're a devotee, you love God, and you're just running after the senses, enjoying the senses. Where are you going to find time to think about God and Guru? How are you going to, your mind is going to concentrate. I told you one night, simple living, high thinking. A true devotee of God, this is the watchwords of one who wants to be a devotee. Simple living, high thinking. A devotee doesn't look to have comfort and luxury. Doesn't look for these things. A true devotee. If you look at the life of saints, people who became saint, did they have luxurious life? No. Maybe after they became a saint, but it doesn't affect them anymore. But on the process of becoming a saint, their life was very simple. How much tapasya, how much austerities they underwent. Giving up the pleasures, and because the mind gets absorbed in those things when you focus there. The further you keep away from it, the more you can detach the mind, the more you will be able to attach the mind to God and Guru. The more the mind gets attached in the things in the world, you're just thinking what to eat, what to drink, what to wear, what kind of things you should have in the world. That's all you're going to think about. Where are you going to find time for God and Guru? So, be careful. So simple living. What is necessary? I'm not saying don't suffer the body. My Guru never told us suffer the body. He says, give the body everything it requires, all the vitamins and mineral, protein, everything it requires in the right amount. But not too much and not too little. This is what Sri Krishna says in Gita. Too much is bad, too little is also bad. One should not drink too much, nor drink too little. Eat too much, nor eat too little. Sleep too much, nor sleep too little. Everything has to be in a scientific and regulated way. If you want to be spiritual, if you want to be a true bhakta, devotee, if you want to practice bhakti, then you have to do these things. You're sadhak, you're not siddh. We have to bind ourselves with rules and regulations. Then we will uplift, otherwise we'll keep going down and down and down. Then you'll be able to advance. So this is how those who use wealth for their comfort and to satisfy their family and just give them everything they want, they forget about death. That death can come any moment, which is a formidable enemy of life. They do not understand the essence of what the scriptures are teaching. Bhagavad is saying. Just satisfying one's senses, sensual desires, just to enjoy the senses. This is not why we get married, but to procreate. The reason is for procreation, to bring about, for getting an issue, for bringing about children in the world. Those who are ignorant of the real dharma, what dharma is, though wicked and very haughty, very proud, they account themselves virtuous. They kill animal without feeling of remorse, eating animals. And here the Bhagavad says they are devoured by those very animals in the next birth. The same animals you eat, in the next life you're going to be an animal. and that will come in the form to devour you. It goes around. The karma. All the animals, all the goat, all the chicken, all the whatever you have eaten, they'll come back to devour you. Bhagavad is saying, it's not me. Right? Ye tvane vandito santah tabdha sadabhi maninah pashun drahyanti vishraddha pretya khadanti te chatan. You get devoured. They come back and devour you. Those who hate others, we hate. We want to harm others. We want to hurt others. We forget that the same Lord we are loving is sitting in the heart of that person. And by hating, we are hating the same Lord that we love. That's why we have to be free from the feeling of raga dvesh. Our love, neither hate nor love in the world. And they fall into hell, those people. जो असली ज्ञान को प्राप्त नहीं किया, ये मैं कौन हूं, अपने को शरीर मानते हैं, सुनते हैं, पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन मानते नहीं. Those who have not acquired the true knowledge of who am I, identifying with the physical body. I am a Trinidadian, Guyanese, I'm American, I'm an Indian, I'm a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, I'm a Hindu, a Muslim, a Christian, a Buddhist, a Jain. These are all titles of the body. I'm a teacher, a doctor, an engineer. Identifying with the body. I don't like Guyanese, I don't like this one, I don't like that one. Hey. Because we see the body as, we don't see the soul, the Atma. And we identify with the body. And we consider ourselves to be superior because of the body. Yeah, that's the highest point of ignorance. Because we are the soul, the Atma. They have not attained enough knowledge. And they become attached to three things only. There are four traditional aims of human life. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. All their sentences, dharma, righteous action, so they will go to heaven and enjoy. Artha, wealth, to get the pleasures of this world. And pleasure, Kama. Nothing about becoming free from Maya. There's no thought about never having to come back in this material world and suffer, to rotate in the endless cycle of birth and death in the 8.4 million forms of life. In the Ramayana, Bhagwan Shri Ram says, Doha. जो न तरे भवसागर नर समाज अस पाई हो रामा नर समाज अस पाई सोकिट निंदक मंदमती आत्महन गति जाय हो रामा आत्महन गति जाय सियावर रामचंद्र कर जय शरणम शंकर हरिओ जय जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम
जय जय सिया राम.
जो न तरे भव सागर नर समाज अस पाई. Bhagwan Shri Ram is saying to the residents of Ayodhya, having acquired this most wonderful birth in the human form, this human body that Devatas, celestial gods are begging and praying for, we do not make an attempt to become free from this ocean of Maya. Jo natarai bhavasagara. To attain God, to attain the ultimate aim of life. We make no attempt, just enjoying the the senses, having a good time in the world. So kritanindaka mandamati, that person is extremely foolish, dull-witted, mandamati, or atmahan gati jai. He's a murderer of his own self. They kill their own self. Bhagavad is also saying. This is what happens to people. And as I said, sometimes we don't get the thing clear enough. I said simple living, high thinking. So simple living means a devotee, a true devotee, doesn't look for luxurious type of things in the world. Live simple. You may have everything. Doesn't mean you have to use it. You have to make the best of it. No. Utilize it. Do seva. Do guru seva. Serve God. Serve the saint. If you have excess, it will help you in your devotion. That's what wealth is supposed to be used for. Not to enjoy the world more. You're going to get punishment. You will never get bhakti. And high thinking means the mind is always absorbed in God, in Guru, who is God personified, as much as possible, the mind. So if you're not focused on all those things in the world, then your mind will be focused on God and Guru, high thinking. Otherwise, you'll just be thinking about the things in the world and how to enjoy it. The decision, even though you're calling yourself satsangi, devotee, that knowledge has not been able to sink into the intellect as yet, that there's no happiness to be found in any person or object in the world. That happiness I'll find only in Radha Krishna, only in God. That has not sunk in the intellect as yet. You keep running after the world. And now we come to the 9th question. The last question that was asked by Videha Nimi. Please turn to page 6. The name Radha, is very dear to Sri Krishna. The reason is that Radharani is the soul of Sri Krishna. Atma tu Radhika tasya. The Vedas say Radharani is the soul of Sri Krishna. And just as the soul is the dearest thing to us of this body, and Sri Krishna is the soul of all souls. So our ultimate aim is to serve Sri Krishna, to love Sri Krishna. In the same way, Radharani being the soul of Sri Krishna, she is the dearest thing to him. So if you want to attain Sri Krishna, then you should chant Radhe Radhe. Sri Krishna will come running. राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे एक बार आ गए तो कभू नहीं जाएंगे एक बार आ गए तो कभू नहीं जाएंगे तेरे साथ साथ शाम राधे राधे गाएंगे तेरे साथ साथ शाम राधे राधे गाएंगे प्रेम मगन तन सुधि बिसराएंगे प्रेम मगन सुधि बिसराएंगे ओ सुधि बिसराएंगे सुधि बिसराएंगे ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे राधे राधे गाएंगे ओ राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे कस्मिन् काले स भगवान किं वर्ण की दिशो निभे नाम्ना वाकेन विधिना पूज्यते तदिहोच्यता राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे राधे राधे बोल श्याम
भाजे चले आएंगे।
राधे जू के गुण गन मुरली में गाएंगे। राधे
जू के गुण गण मुरली में गाएंगे।
राधे जू की छवि लखी बलि बलि जाएंगे।
राधे जू की छवि लगी बलि बलि जाएंगे।
ओ बलि बलि जाएंगे। बलि बलि
जाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे। राधे
राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे। राधे
राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे।
राधे जय हो कही कही भुजन उठाएंगे। जय हो
कही कही भुजन उठाएंगे।
दो दृग आनंद जल बरसाएंगे। दो
दृग आनंद जल बरसाएंगे।
ओ जल बरसाएंगे।
जल बरसाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे गाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे।
राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे।
कृतं त्रेता द्वापरं च कलिरित्येषु केशव नानावर्णाभिदाकारो नानैव विधिनेच्छते। मनुष्यास्तु तदा शान्ता निर्वैराः सुहृदः समा यजन्ति तपसा देवं शमेन च दमेन। राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे।
राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे।
राधे नाम लेके मूर्छित हुए जाएंगे।
राधे नाम लेके मूर्छित हुए जाएंगे।
कभू हंसेंगे कभू आंसू बहाएंगे।
कभू हंसेंगे कभू आंसू बहाएंगे।
ओ लखी लखी रसिकन मन मुस्काएंगे।
लखी लखी रसिकन मन मुस्काएंगे।
राधा भाव गही श्याम 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 गाएंगे।
राधा भाव गई श्याम 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 गाएंगे।
ओ श्याम श्याम गाएंगे।
श्याम श्याम गाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे गाएंगे।
श्याम श्याम गाएंगे।
श्याम श्याम गाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे गाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे गाएंगे।
ओ राधे श्याम गाएंगे। राधे
श्याम गाएंगे।
ओ राधे श्याम गाएंगे।
राधे श्याम गाएंगे।
ओ राधे श्याम गाएंगे।
राधे श्याम गाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे गाएंगे।
ओ श्याम श्याम गाएंगे।
श्याम श्याम गाएंगे।
ओ राधे राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे गाएंगे।
राधे राधे बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे। राधे राधे
बोल श्याम भाजे चले आएंगे।
वो राधा रानी की जय। अब 9वें प्रश्न। विदेह निमि ने योगीश्वरों से पूछे कि हे भगवान, अलग अलग युग में भगवान ने अलग अलग रूप लेके आए संसार में। अलग अलग युग में इसके नाम क्या थे, क्या पढ़े थे, और हर युग में भगवान की भक्ति कैसे किए, उनकी पूजन कैसे किए लोगों ने, ये बताइए कृपा करके. So now he is asking the ninth and final question. Videhanimi says, O Lord, pray tell us, in which age there are 4 yugs, Satyug, which comes first, then comes Treta Yug, then Dwapar, then Kal Yug, the age we live in. In the different ages, what forms did the Lord assume, the Supreme Lord? What was his scholar, etc.? What was the name? What was he known as in those ages? And what was the way that people worship him in the various ages? Ab kar bhajan. To pehle chamas. 8th, in the 8th question, chamas give the answer. Now kar bhajan, the 9th. Remember, kavi, hari, antariksh, prabudh, pipalayan, avirhotra, dumil, chamas, kar bhajan. So the last one is given answer. करभाजन ने कहा कि श्री कृष्ण सत्युग में, त्रेता और द्वापर में अलग अलग रूप बनाया, अलग अलग रंग से और अलग अलग नाम से आए थे और लोग अलग अलग तरह से उनकी भक्ति की. In the different ages in Satyug, Treta, Dwapar and Kalyug, the Lord assumed different forms, his body had different complexion and he was worshipped in different ways in the different ages. In the age of Satyug, he was white, safed in complexion. His complexion of the body was white, safed. He had 4 arms, he wore matted locks, and he wore the clothes of barks, the bark of tree and deer skin, etc. उस सत्युग में उनके नाम पड़े थे हंस, सुपर्णा, वैकुंठा, धर्मा, योगेश्वर, अमल, ईश्वर, पुरुष, अव्यक्ता, परमात्मा इत्यादि. And in the age of Satyug, he was known by the various names. In that Satyug, he was known by the name of Hans, Suparna, Vaikuntha, Dharma, Yogeshwar, Amal, Ishwar, Purush, Avyakta, Paramatma. In the age of Treta Yuga, in that age, people worship the Lord Sari. In that age, they worship him through dhyan, meditation. Dhyan karte the. They will spend thousands and thousands of years through extreme tapasya, just meditating on the Lord. Extreme tapasya, thousands and thousands of years. और त्रेता युग में भगवान का लाल रंग था, रत्न वर्ण, और 4 भुजा और जनेऊ पहनते हैं और उसका बाल भी सुवर्ण रंग था. वो यज्ञों में प्रवेश करते थे तो उसके नाम पर वो यज्ञा ही था. उस यज्ञ में, उस युग में, in the age of Treta, the Lord was reddish in complexion, the complexion of his body. He had 4 arms, he wore the janev around his shoulder, around his body, the triple thread. And his hair was golden in color. He appeared in the sacrifice itself, so he was known as Yagna in the age of Treta Yuga. Treta Yuga में अलग अलग नाम से अवतार लिया. He descended in different forms and took different forms and different descension. He was known by the name of Vishnu, Yagna, Prishna Garbha, Sarvadev, Urukarma, Vrishna Kapi, Jayant, Urugai, etc. in that age. And he was mostly through Yagna. In the age of Treta Yuga, this was the age of Yagna, performing Yagna, in trying to get close to Bhagwan. द्वापर में भगवान सावले रंग थे और पीतांबर पहनते थे और कौस्तुभ मणि पहनते थे. उसके छाती में श्रीवत्स का लक्षण वो अंकित थे. उनके नाम थे वासुदेव और Sankarshan ityadi. So in the age of Dwapar, he was darkish in complexion. Shamal rang. Darkish, like a young rain-laden cloud. Darkish in complexion. He was clad in yellow silken cloth, pitambar. He wore a Kaustubha gem, the gem known as Kaustubha money, and he had the mark of Shrivats Mahalakshmi on the right side of his bosom. In that age, people worship the Lord through puja, etc., ritualistic rites. All glories to you, and the Lord is known as Vasudev in that age. Vasudev, the son of Vasudev. And his other inseparable form, Sankarshan or Balram. Balram is none different from Sri Krishna. The same Lord came as two, as Sri Krishna, as Vasudev, and Sankarshan, the one who was transferred from the womb of one mother to another mother, from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini. That's how we got the name Sankarshan. All glories to the Lord in the age of Dwapar. और कलयुग में, in this age of कलयुग, ये कलयुग में जो चतुर लोग हैं, वो भगवान को इस तरह से भक्ति करते हैं, नाम लेते हैं भगवान का, नाम उनका गुणगान करते हैं. और कलयुग में सबसे प्रमुख है Sankirtan. In the age of Kali Yuga, the wise worship the Lord through chanting of the divine name. This is what is, in this age of Kali Yuga, is told to be done. The Lord is of a dark complexion. The same Lord, Sri Krishna, is meditated in that form, for darkish complexion. And he is worshipped through chanting, Sankirtan. They told in Bhagavad Mahapuran, Krite yadhyayato vishnum tretayam yajato makaihi dvapare paricharyayam kalau tadhari kirtanat. 12th canto, 3rd chapter, 52nd verse. Bhagavad Mahapuran says, that which is attained through great difficulty in the age of Satyug, through dhyan, tapasya, austerities, meditating on Sri Krishna, through great tapasya, etc. In the age of Treta Yuga, through yagna, sacrificial worship to Sri Krishna. In the age of Dwapar Yuga, through puja, ritualistic worship. It is attained very easily in the age of Kali Yuga, just by chanting the name of the Lord. The Lord knows. And in the age of Kali Yuga, it's impossible to do all those things that we've done in other ages. We are so weak. In every way, we are weak. In other ages, people live for thousands and thousands of years. In this age of Kali Yuga, we don't even live for 100 years. How many people live for 100 years? Everything we are weak. Our memory is very weak. Now you tell somebody something, 10 minutes afterwards you ask them, did you do that thing for me? Oh, I forgot. Very weak. In the Satyug, one person was given a name, Sushrut. Sushrut is a name. Why? The Guru told him mantra one time only, and he remembered. So powerful was the memory in that age of Satyug that you didn't have to tell again and didn't have to repeat. Today we have to repeat so many times, thousands times, and even then we forget. Huh? One time the Guru told, and that was it. The kind of strength, tapasya. A Rakshas, Hiranyakashipu, Rakshas, stood on one toe, the big toe of the feet, with one feet around the other one entwined. He stood on one toe, with hands upraised, for thousands and thousands of years, without water, without food, without anything. Became only bones. that the tapasya was so great, the entire three worlds had to burn with the fire of his tapasya. Imagine, anybody could do tapasya like that in this age of Kali Yuga, 5 minutes? 5 hours? We're talking about thousands and thousands of years. So we don't have that kind of the thing to do those things. That is not can't do it in this age. And this is why again the Bhagavad says, Kale doshani dhera jannasti he ko mahan gunah Kirtanadeva krishnasya mukta sangha param brajet. Bhagavad Mahapuran 12 Canto 3rd chapter 51st verse. Even though this age of Kali Yuga that we live in is told to be the worst of all ages, it's the worst, the storehouse of all ills and evils. Yet it has one redeeming factor not found in the other ages, Mahan Gunaha. What is the Mahan Gunaha? Kirtanadeva Krishnasya Mukta Sangha Param Bhajet. Just by chanting the name of the Lord, doing kirtan, chanting the name of the Lord, one becomes free from the ocean of Maya and attains the ultimate aim of life, godization. Just by chanting the name. There's nothing else we can do, we are told in the Ramayana. Thousands of places. Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Bolo Ram,
Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Bolo Ram,
Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Bolo Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Kali Yuga keval Hari Gun Gavat Nar Pavahi Bhav Tha. Bolo
Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Kali Yuga keval Naam Adhara. Sumiri Sumiri Nar Utarahu Par. Bolo
Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Ehi Kali Kalana Sadhan Duja Jog Namak Jap Tap Upvasa. Bolo
Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Kali Yuga Jogana Gita Gyaan Ek Aadhar Ram Gungaan. Bolo
Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Ram, Siya Ram, Siya Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Kali Yuga keval Hari Gun Gaha Gavat Nar Pavahi Bhavathaha. Kag Sundaji saying to Guruji, who has seen uncountable Kag Sundaji Kali Yugs through the grace of the Lord, he says in the age of Kali Yuga, just by singing the glories, Hari Gun Gaha, one becomes free from the ocean of Maya, attains godization. Kali Yuga keval Naam Adhara. Just taking hold of the name of the Lord. And remembering the Lord again and again, one becomes free from the ocean of Maya, attains the ultimate aim of life. Ehi Kali Kalana Sadhana Duja. In the age of Kali Yuga, these things we cannot do. Yoga Namaka Japa Tapa Upavasa, we cannot do yoga, Ashtanga yoga. We're not called yoga today. Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharana, Dhyan, Samadhi. That is yoga. Can't do. Mak, Havan. Too many rules and regulations. Can't do. Tap, austerities. Jap, do in the name of the Lord and bead. Yoga, Namaka, Japa, Tapa, Upavasa. Fasting, etc. One cannot do. Kali Yoga Jogana Jagya Gyana. In the age of Kali Yuga, one cannot do yoga, cannot do Gyan, cannot do Yagya, cannot do Dharma. What to do? Ek Adhar Ram Gunagana. Are kaha par Sundaji is saying, Bhaiya? Shiv Bhagwan is saying to Parvati, Yagnavalk is saying to Bharadwaj Muni. All is telling us. In Kali Yuga, just chant the name of the Lord with love, with bhakti. That's all you can do. Now, who is listening? And we claim to know Ramayana. We claim that we know Ramayana. And this is what the Ramayana is saying to us. Just chant the name. And here Bhagavad is saying the same thing. और बुजुर्ग लोग और जो चतुर लोग हैं ये जानते हैं, ये स्वीकार करते हैं कि कलयुग में ये सबसे सारभूत है कि बस भगवान के नाम लेने से सब कुछ मिलते हैं. The very wise and the very elderly, those who've come before us who are wise, they have accepted, they have appreciated that this is a merit, the Mahana Gun in the age of Kali Yuga. And they extol this, that by merely chanting the name of the Lord, one attains everything in this life. Everything you attain just by chanting the name. जो इस संसार में खो गया और कुछ ऊंचा कर्म नहीं हो सकता ये भगवान का नाम लेने से. For those who are lost in this world and are suffering, there's no higher aim in life, there's no higher action you can perform spiritually than chanting, taking the name of the Lord. Of course, not take it like a parrot. Mostly, a lot of people jump in and take in the name, and no, with the feeling, the realization that God and the name is the same, that God is sitting in the name. We have to increase that faith. Make it a fact. Gaurang Mahaprabhu tells us, Naam Naam Kadi Bahudha Nija Sarva Shaktis Tartar Pita Niyamita Smarane Nakala Etadishi Tava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapi Durdaiva Midshamiha Janinanuraga. Shikshastak. Gaurang Mahaprabhu, descension of Shri Radha Krishna, is saying this in Shikshastak. O Lord, hey Shri Krishna, you have so many names. And you're so merciful, you have taken all your power and put in the name. Nija Sarva Shaktis. In other words, God is sitting in the name. Plus, you have made no rules when it comes to taking the name. Which direction you should face, whether you have to fast or not, what kind of clothes you have to wear, where you should sit. No rules when it comes to taking the name. Etadashi tava kripa bhagavan mamapi. Your mercies, my Lord, are to the extreme topmost. But durdaiva mi dishamiha janinanuraga. My durdaiva, my misfortune, is also to the extreme in that I do not have love attachment for taking the name. And the reason for that is that we do not have the faith that God is sitting in the name. We do not try to meditate. Don't take the name like a parrot. Just, oh, Guruji, tell me I have to do 16 rounds or 20 rounds of jap, and that's all you're concentrating on. No. Take one name of Bhagwan and take it in the right way. If you take one name in the right way, you can get everything, and you can take billions of names in the wrong way, you get nothing. It's like multiplying by zero. What is the right way? With the faith, number one, that God and the name is one, that He's sitting in the name. Secondly, when you chant, think about whose name I'm taking. Visualize, you're saying Hare Krishna, and are you thinking about Shri Krishna? Are you thinking that you have to go in the shop and meet Rajesh and Tom and Dick and Harry? You have to go and buy rice, you have to go and buy flour. Let me finish this job very quickly. You're actually in the store doing job. How much for this? Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. What is the price of that? Hey, what is your name? Hare Krishna. Hey? Physical drill. That's not what job is. If done in the right way, you will get everything. But all we are taught is just do so many wrongs, that's all. Where the mind is, no one has told us where we have to focus the mind, what to do with the mind at that time. Gauranga Mahaprabhu makes it very clear. Have the faith. Know that Sri Krishna is sitting in the name. Think about Sri Krishna, visualize Sri Krishna, and then chant Mahamantra. Then you will see how much benefit you will get. Shed tears for the Lord of selfless love. Did you see a difference? Otherwise, tadasmasaram hridayam batedam yadgrihyamane harinam dheyai na vikretat yada vikaro netre jalam gataruheshu harsha. Bhagavad Mahapuran says, someone is chanting the name of the Lord, Harinam Dheyai. And the heart doesn't melt with love, the pulse and the body doesn't raise on ends, goosebump, tears doesn't flow from the eye, then that heart must be made of stone, steel. Tadashmasadam hridayam batedam. Just Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, and jump in and see who will jump the highest. What is that going to give you? Kya milega isse? What are you going to get? I'm not saying don't dance. Dancing for the Lord is great. There are three paddhati. Vyas paddhati, Narad paddhati, Hanumaj paddhati. Vyas paddhati, like I'm sitting here, relating the philosophy of the Lord. Divine philosophy. Telling you his divine glories. Vyas paddhati. Naraji, he plays that tambura, the one-string instrument, and he takes the name of the Lord, Narayan, Narayan. You know, was chanted when we do kirtan. Narad Paddhati. And Hanumanji, how does he worship Bhagwan? He dances, he jumps. Dancing for the Lord. But not to show people, but with the true feeling that I am dancing, with the joy I'm dancing to please the Lord. For His pleasure. I am singing for His pleasure. I am reading, I am telling for His pleasure. Everything for the pleasure of the Lord. That's sukha sukhitvam. Not that everybody should think Swamiji is such a great orator. He might be the biggest donkey, black brain. No, not like that. But for the pleasure of the beloved. For His pleasure, for His happiness only. That's the only reason. Hey Raja, कलियुग में इन्हें गिने लोग भगवान को से भक्त प्यार करेंगे. इन्हें गिने. He says in the age of Kali-yuga, there are very, very few people, very rare you'll find a true devotee of Bhagwan who loves God, who loves Sri Krishna. Mainly, people are going to mandir, they are going here, but it's all to get material. Nobody has any attachment for God. Very, very rare to find someone loving God in the age of Kali-yuga. इसलिए सब कुछ त्याग के धर्म सब कुछ भगवान के शरण में जाइए तो वो भगवान, वो जो दास है भगवान का, तो वो किसी देवता, किसी ऋषि या पशु या कोई भी से इससे या किसी से कुछ नहीं करना चाहिए. ना कोई ऋण, ना कुछ भी. One who gives up everything, who gives up all attachment in the world, who gives up all righteous, all duties, everything, and surrenders himself fully to God, To such a person, he owes no debt to any devata, any celestial god, any rishi muni, any creature, or even the ancestors, the pitris. He owes nothing. Shri Krishna says, I will take care of everything. We have so many debts. We owe Pitir, Neer, Bhur, so many rin we have. Debts we owe to the ancestors, to the rishis and munis, etc. Impossible to do. So Shri Krishna says in Gita, Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam braja aham tvam sarva papebhyo bhyo mokshayishyami ma sucha. Chapter 18, verse 66, Gita. Give up all dharma. Forget about all the rin. Forget everything. Give up all virtue as well as vice and take shelter in Shri Krishna alone. Surrender to Him completely. Shri Krishna says, I will take care of everything. I'll free you from all sins. I'll take care of everything. I will fulfill all the rins for you, all the debts. He takes care. When a devotee surrenders himself, he takes shelter in the Lord will do everything. Everything. He says in Gita before also, Ananyas chintayanto mam ye jana parupasate tesham nityabhyuktanam yogakshemam bahamyaham. Chapter 9, verse 22, Gita. Those who love the Lord exclusively, only Shri Krishna, and devote themselves wholeheartedly unto Him, the Lord says, to those people I bring attainment of what they do not have, and I protect what they have. I do everything for them. ऐसे प्रिय भक्त जो सब कुछ छोड़ दिया और भगवान के शरण में ही जाते, उनके श्री चरणों में आश्रय लेते हैं, तो अगर पाप भी करते हैं, वैसे कर नहीं सकते, लेकिन पाप भी करते हैं, तो भगवान जो इसके हृदय में रहते हैं वो सब पापों को धो देते हैं. Such devotees who have given up attachment for everyone and everything in the world and only has attachment for the Lord, he has taken shelter in the lotus feet of the Lord, even if he commits any sin. Such a devotee cannot commit sin, but even if he does commit any sin, any wrong action, the Lord who is residing, the Lord loves to stay. When Ram was asking Valmiki, where should I stay? What did Valmiki say? Where those who love you, resides in the heart of those who love you, who are devotees, reside there. The Lord resides in the heart of those who surrender. That Lord who is residing in the heart, who is enshrined in His heart, washes away all those sins automatically. You don't have to worry. So this is the greatness of this age we live in. Just chant the name of the Lord, meditate, shed tears of selfless love. It's all you can do. Take shelter in the Lord, do pure bhakti. You will attain everything. There's much more we will hear in the upcoming kathas. बोले वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय, श्रीमद् सद्गुरु सरकार की जय, राधा रानी की जय, श्रीमद् भागवत महापुराण की जय. Just a mention of thanks to our sponsors for Bhakti TV. Very kind of you. The Little Stall Limited of Rapsi Street, Kirap. Phone number 663-4415. And Seetal Fabricating and Construction Limited of Felicity. Phone number 671-5126. Thank you very much for your kind consideration, your kind courtesy. Through that, many, many souls are benefiting. May the Supreme Lord shower His choicest blessings upon you.
We're more than just a supermarket at Super Quality. Want organic food, storage solutions, and toys for the kids? We've got that and so much more. Come to Super Quality Supermarkets, located at Twin City, Shigona, Vancouver. For more details, call 223-9715.
very suddenly. The good part is I got well very suddenly, very quickly, so there was no problem at all. I did also receive a large number of emails on that from our online viewers wondering where was the class. The good part is a lot of emails means a lot of interest, and I'm delighted for that. The downside is I already get way too many emails, and this becomes a problem. So for our online viewers, I request you please check YouTube for a cancellation notice. Whenever a class is canceled, I will post a cancellation notice. You can get that information on YouTube itself, so you need not email me. Okay, so with that, I'm doing everything wrong here today. All right. Here I am. I'm back for our viewers, and we are going to then proceed with our chanting as usual. We'll begin with verse 37. Please repeat after me. Yathai dhansi samidhognir, yathai dhansi samidhognir, bhasmasat kuruterjuna, bhasmasat kuruterjuna, jnanagnis sarva karmani, jnanagnis sarva karmani, bhasmasat kurute tatha, bhasmasat kurute tatha, nahi jnanena sadrisham, nahi jnanena sadrisham, pavitramiha vidyate, pavitramiha vidyate, tat swayam yoga samsiddhaha, tat swayam yoga samsiddhaha, kalenatmani vindati, kalenatmani vindati, Shraddhavan labhate jnanam, Shraddhavan labhate jnanam, tatparasam yatendriyaha, tatparasam yatendriyaha, jnanam labdva param shantim, jnanam labdva param shantim, achirenadhigacchati, achirenadhigacchati, agnyascha shraddhadhanascha, agnyascha shraddhadhanascha, samshayatma vinashyati, samshayatma vinashyati, nayam lokosti naparo, nayam lokosti naparo, Nasukam samshayatmanaha, Nasukam samshayatmanaha, yoga sanyasta karmanam, yoga sanyasta karma, Jnana sanchinna samshayam, jnana sanchinna samshayam, atmavantam na karmani, atmavantam na karmani, nibadnanti dhananjaya, nibadnanti dhananjaya, tasmad ajnana sambhutam, tasmad ajnana sambhutam, Hritstam jnanasinatmanaha, Hritstam jnanasinatmanaha, Chitvainam samshayam yogam, Chitvainam samshayam yogam, Atishtottishta bharata, Atishtottishta bharata. And that's the final verse of chapter 4. It's quite a nice verse. I like it very much. We'll see that in just a few minutes. Let us go back to verse 38. We'll pick up the thread. You remember that chapter 4, Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the title of it, begins with the topic of Karma Yoga, continuing from chapters 2 and 3, this very important central topic in the Bhagavad Gita, Karma Yoga. And it presented Karma Yoga largely in a sense of sacrifice. We talked about yajna as a symbol for offering our actions to Ishvara. We talked about that at great length. But then, rather surprisingly, towards the end of the chapter, Sri Krishna made a transition from talking about karma yoga to talking about jnana, spiritual wisdom. And that's the concluding section that we're seeing now. And he said this extremely important verse, Nahi jnanena sadrisham pavitramiha vidyate. Iha, here in the world, na vidyate, there is nothing that is so pavitram, so purifying, sadrisham jnanena, as compared to spiritual wisdom. Nothing in the world is as purifying as spiritual wisdom. We discussed this verse at some length in our prior class, but you remember that the idea is that the impurity we're talking about here is adharma. Adharma, in general, harmful behavior towards other people. Adharma. Or towards yourself. Any kind of harmful behavior is adharma. How to remove that adharma? There are many ways of approaching this problem, but the ultimate solution, according to Sri Krishna, is spiritual wisdom. How does spiritual wisdom solve the problem of harmful behavior? And as we discussed in the prior class, when you understand your innate divinity and the innate divinity of every other person, when you feel absolutely full and complete and perfectly at peace, with that recognition, what could possibly compel you to commit a harmful deed? If you think about it, harmful deeds are motivated by raga and dvesha, these compulsions to get what we want, to run away from what we don't want. And certainly this powerful knowledge destroys raga, dvesha. And in the absence of those compulsions, nothing can compel you to commit a harmful deed. So in that way, this knowledge is the most purifying. Sri Krishna says in the first half, in the second half, tat swayam yoga samsiddhaha kalena atmani vindati. So one who is yoga samsiddhaha, established in these teachings of karma yoga, that person who is deeply established in these teachings of karma yoga, kalena, over a period of time, that person swayam, himself, herself, vindati, finds that knowledge that they seek, atmani, in one's own self. We'll pick up that idea, which will introduce the next verse and the remaining verses of this chapter. I did mention at the end of the last class that atmani, within yourself, means that the discovery that culminates in enlightenment, the discovery of your true nature, can only take place atmani, within one's own self. Nowhere else can that discovery be made. And the only person who can make that discovery is you. And to repeat what I said at the end of the last class, no guru can make you enlightened. No scripture can make you enlightened. Guru and Shastra. Shastra is our word for scripture. No guru or Shastra can make you enlightened. You have to look within yourself to make this discovery. On the other hand, we can equally say, without guru and without Shastra, you won't get enlightened. Why? Because if you haven't been properly taught, what will you look for? When you look within yourself, what are you looking for? You're like a blind man in a dark room. Double problem. One is the room is dark. You close your... I'm making a silly joke. You close your eyes and look within. It's dark. But not only is it dark in a physical sense, but there's a metaphysical darkness called ignorance. Whatever we understand in life, we understand based on our current understanding. Can I say that again? Whatever we learn based on our current level of understanding. If your current level of understanding is nothing, and you look within yourself to make some discovery, what do you hope to accomplish? So, the way these teachings work is that Guru and Shastra, this is a nice term of Puja Swami Dayananda, my Guru. He said, with the help of Guru and Shastra, you are led to the precipice of discovery. Nice expression. Guru and Shastra leads you to the precipice of discovery, and another expression he used is you're led to a point where you cannot but see, his exact words. The Guru and Shastra lead you to a point where you cannot but see. That discovery takes place. You discover your innate fullness and freedom. You discover that inner divinity, so to speak. This is enlightenment. Now, we can pick up the thread. How will Guru and Shastra help you? And there's certain requirements here. For example, if Guru is speaking English, you have to know English. If you consider the Shastra to be a bunch of mythology, it's not going to help you. You can see where there's some impediments. So the impediments that may prevent Guru and Shastra from leading you to the precipice of discovery, those impediments are addressed in the next two verses. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam, Shraddhavan labhate jnanam, Tatpara samyatendriyaha, Tatpara samyatendriyaha, Jnanam labdva param shantim, Jnanam labdva param shantim, Achirenadhigacchati, Achirenadhigacchati. Many of you have heard me quote this first line. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam. Jnanam, that spiritual wisdom, which means the discovery of your true nature as Satchidananda Atma, full and complete, discovery of your inner divinity. And just to make it very clear, if your innate nature is divine, it can't be any different for everyone else, right? The discovery of your divinity is always accompanied by the recognition of the divinity of all. You can't have one without the other. Okay, that jnanam, that wisdom, labhate, one gains that knowledge, that wisdom, that discovery of your true nature. Who obtains that knowledge or wisdom? Shraddhavan, one who possesses Shraddha. We've discussed this word before, often misunderstood. Please do not translate Shraddha as faith, because for many people, faith means blind faith, Andha Vishwasa. And Andha Vishwasa is the blind man in the dark room. It's useless. In fact, I've said in a prior class, and I'll say it again, Andha Vishwasa, blind faith, is actually an impediment to spiritual growth. Doesn't help you. It actually impedes your progress, and the reason it impedes your progress is we tend to rest content. Oh, I get it. I get it means I believe it. I believe it means I have blind faith in what the Guru says. So the Guru says your true nature is full and complete. And a person says, ha, ha, ha. Sorry for being a little bit silly, but there's no knowledge there. That's blind faith. And if that person now feels content, oh, I get it now, and then that person ceases to make further effort to truly understand, what a shame. Much is lost. So blind faith is not beneficial it is potentially an impediment to spiritual growth. Shraddha is most certainly not that blind faith. A technical but good definition of Shraddha is trust pending verification. Very carefully thought out definition. Shraddha is trust, acceptance, pending verification. You accept the words of the scripture and of the Guru and Shastra. You accept them pending verification, and that verification takes place, as said in a prior verse, when you make that discovery within yourself. So the words of Vedanta are not the goal. The words of the Vedanta, in fact, the common expression that's so often used, the words of Vedanta are a pointer. And some of you know the old joke. Someone says, "Look there," and they're pointing at the beautiful moon. And someone who's a little dull looks at the hand and fails to look at the beautiful moon. This is a problem for many students of Vedanta, where you get stuck on the words of Vedanta, the language of Vedanta. If you have no trust in the words of Guru and Shastra, you won't use them. You'll reject them. You reject them completely. Oh, I have this memory I have to share with you. In the around 1990, in the early 1990s, I was at my Guru's ashram, Arsha Vidya Gurukulam, and I was the manager of the ashram in those days. I was not yet a monk, so I was dressed in white in those days, and I still went by my prior name, Mark. So Mark would go out to teach at the library in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and at East Stroudsburg University. And I still remember teaching a class and noticing that in the back row of the class were a number of people who sat with their arms folded like this, with kind of like stern looks on their face. And I always had question answer at the end of the class. And at the end of the class, one or more of those people would argue with me and try to show me why I was wrong. Now, not surprising, I suppose, but think about this. I was doing my best to lead them to discover their innate divine nature. Were they trying to understand me? They were actually sitting in the back row, conjuring up arguments to disagree with me. They weren't making an effort to understand. They were making an effort to refute. What would they get out of that? In fact, isn't it silly when the Guru and Shastra is offering you fullness and completeness, perfect peace and contentment, when you fail to give the Guru and Shastra the benefit of doubt? And that's a nice expression. I said trust pending verification. A more common English expression would be you give the benefit of doubt to the teacher. Some of those sitting in back clearly didn't give me the benefit of the doubt, and they got nothing out of the class, nothing at all. So in order for these teachings to work, in order for you to use that pointer to discover your true nature, starting off with the Shraddha, trust pending verification, giving the Guru and Shastra benefit is just crucial. A final point here before we go on. One reason I've often quoted this verse is to make a different point, and that point is if Shraddhavan labhate jnanam, one who has Shraddha gains knowledge, that makes it so clear, according to Sri Krishna, faith is not the goal. Faith is a means to the end. The end here, she calls jnanam, spiritual wisdom, culminating in enlightenment. The goal is not faith. Shraddha is crucial, but it's a stepping stone to the ultimate goal. Okay, enough said. And he goes on here, tatparaha, so one who is focused on gaining that knowledge, someone who is samyata indriyaha, someone who has restrained his or her senses, meaning someone who isn't being dragged about wildly by raga dvesha. That person who, with the help of Guru and Shastra, that person, jnanam labdva, having gained that wisdom from Guru and Shastra, having used those teachings to guide a process of self-inquiry culminating in the discovery of your true nature, such a person, last word, adhigacchati, gains. Gains what? Param shantim. Absolute peace and contentment. Perfect peace. Supreme peace, perfect contentment. And they gain that when? Achirena, immediately. Now, notice the prior verse said that one who's established in karma yoga eventually gains knowledge. So there is some time involved, as described in the prior verse. Here, Sri Krishna says there's no time involved. This knowledge immediately leads to param shantim, supreme peace, perfect peace, achirena, instantaneously. You're thinking, how is that possible? Many of you can answer that question. And the fact is, what these teachings lead you to discover your true nature as being divine. Tell me though, was your true nature divine before these teachings? Of course. Your true nature was divine before you even heard of the word Vedanta. Your true nature was divine from the moment of your birth. And if you had prior lives, your true nature was divine then as well. These teachings reveal an already existent truth. The truth of your inner divinity. The truth that your consciousness is not yours. Your consciousness is the all-pervasive intelligence that is manifest as the entire universe. Your true nature is vast, full, and complete. That's an already existent fact that is not understood. So therefore, we could say that it is the absence of recognition of your true nature that prevents you from being enlightened, that prevents you from enjoying perfect peace. You don't recognize who you already are. You don't recognize what you already possess. The example that's given in many commentaries, it's like the woman who was looking for her lost necklace. She looked in every room of the house, she looked outside, she looked everywhere for her missing necklace. She couldn't find it anywhere. It was around her neck the whole time. Husband comes home, she complains, I can't find my necklace. Husband said, you get the point. So, and then she was so happy to find her necklace. She found what she already possessed. And of course that solved the problem. She was so distraught all day long. But when she found her necklace, she was absolutely happy, relieved. This is how Vedanta works. It reveals to you who you always have been. You have always been, your true nature has always been Satchidananda Atma. Therefore, that recognition of her necklace took how long? Looking around the house took a long time, but when husband said, hey, it's around your neck, from that moment, how long did it take her to discover? Momentary, instantaneous. The commentator, Madhusudana Saraswati, gives a different example, very, very nice example. It's like if you're in a dark room and you light a lamp, remember in those days they didn't have electric lights, so you're in a dark room, when you light a lamp, how long does it take thereafter to see what's present in the room? It's already, whatever is in the room is already present, but you couldn't see it before. You light the lamp, and the sight of what is present in the room is instantaneous. It doesn't take time. In the same way, when this knowledge ignites, so to speak, it burns away the ignorance and immediately reveals to you your true nature. All right, let's continue. Agnyascha shraddhadhanascha shraddhadhanascha samshayatma vinashyati nayam lokosti naparo nasukam samshayatmanaha. So this verse is the flip side of the prior verse. Prior verse is one who has Shraddha, one who uses the teachings of Guru and Shastra properly. Such a person can and does, in fact, gain this wisdom. But what about someone who doesn't have that Shraddha? And that's who's discussed here. And where Sri Krishna talks about the Agnya. Agnya means ignorant person. The ignorant person who is ashraddhadhana, who lacks Shraddha. Remember those guys in the back of the room in the library in 1990 who were ready to argue with me? They were cynics. A cynic is one who doesn't want to hear anything new. A cynic is one who just wants to chop down whatever new ideas are presented. So being that cynic in this situation is not helpful. And also that person is described here as samshayatma. Here atma means mind. One whose mind is full of samshaya, doubt and confusion. So such a person who is ignorant, who is confused, by the way, nothing wrong with being ignorant and confused, but if you lack Shraddha, there's no way out. So that third word, ashraddhadhana, is crucial here. So one who is ignorant, one who is confused, okay, but one who lacks Shraddha, that person, vinashyati, strong word, is destroyed. Is destroyed in the sense that the person never gains what they seek in life. Ultimately, we all seek peace and contentment. This person that Sri Krishna describes never finds peace and contentment in life. Na ayam lokaha asti. They don't find peace and contentment in this life, ayam lokaha. Na paraha, nor in the next life. Because in the next life, we're all born ignorant. No one's born enlightened. So you're born ignorant and the struggle goes on. Nasukam, and there's no happiness for this person who is samshayat manaha, whose mind is filled with confusion and ignorance, but most significantly, that person who's cynical, that person who lacks Shraddha, that faith in Guru and Shastra. Okay, then we have 2 verses to conclude the chapter. Yoga sanyasta karmanam yoga sanyasta karmanam jnana sanchinna samshayam jnana sanchinna samshayam atmavantam na karmani atmavantam na karmani nibadnanti dhananjaya nibadnanti dhananjaya. Yoga sanyasta karmanam is a one word that describes a person for whom all their karmas, actions, deeds, are sanyasta, renounced through yoga, through karma yoga. Now, a little bit of a complicated expression. The meaning's not so complicated. We discussed, in fact, sanyasta, to renounce karma. Well, chapter 5, by the way, is on sannyasa. We're going to see 5 different kinds of sannyasa in the next chapter, and he's talking about 1 or 2 of them here. So one way of renouncing karma we talked about very early on in this class, and that is when you recognize that no amount of worldly effort will lead you to perfect peace and contentment. Remember this discussion? When you discover, when you understand that no amount of worldly effort will lead to perfect peace and contentment, that understanding shifts your attitude towards karma. Previously, you might have thought, if I just work hard enough, if I do enough, if I earn enough money, if I get the right car, if I get the right job, etc. Common thinking of people. If I get the right spouse, if I get the right degree, whatever it is, all of this ordinary thinking, when that ordinary thinking is dismissed with the recognition that it just doesn't work, that recognition brings about this radical shift of attitude towards worldly activities. That shift of attitude is a kind of sannyasa, a kind of renunciation. Not that you stop doing all those things, but you do them with the full recognition that those activities will never, ever lead to perfect contentment and peace. We've had this discussion before. That's one way of renouncing karma. So here he's talking about yoga sanyasta karmanam, one who has renounced actions through karma yoga. I've given you one example. This chapter gave another example, though, of how to renounce actions through karma, and that is the sacrifice, this yajna that was discussed in the middle part of this chapter, in which you're engaged in daily activities, but not for the sake of the results of those activities. As a karma yogi, you're engaged in these activities as part of your life of spiritual growth. So if you go to work in the morning for the sake of a paycheck, you're not a karma yogi. If you go to work in the morning as part of your life of spiritual growth, that's a karma yogi. So if you go to work in the morning for the sake of spiritual growth, in a manner of speaking, you've renounced the paycheck, you're not fixated on the paycheck. So that's a second kind of renunciation. Both of these renunciations are in terms of attitude, not that you physically give anything up, but your attitude towards those activities is radically transformed, and that person here is called yoga sanyasta karmanam, someone who has renounced all actions through karma yoga, someone who is in a second line, jnana sanchinna samshayam, someone whose samshaya, doubts and confusion, has been sanchinna, completely removed by what? Jnana, by these teachings, by the wisdom you receive from Guru and Shastra. So that person gaining the wisdom from Guru and Shastra, removing all the doubts and confusions. What does that culminate in? As we discussed before, it culminates in the discovery of your true self, which is why Sri Krishna calls such a person Atmavantam. Now, literally, the term Atmavantam means one who's possessed of Atma. Of course, every single person is possessed of this true nature, Satchidananda Atma. So you can't take it literally, you have to understand it contextually. Contextually, Sri Krishna means one who has discovered one's true nature. So one who possesses the necklace is one who knows the necklace is around the neck. One who possesses Atma, which is the literal meaning of that word, is one who has discovered their true nature. So that Sri Krishna says that person who has renounced all actions, that person whose doubt and confusion have been removed through the wisdom gained with the help of the scriptures and the Guru, that person who is Atmavantam, that person who has discovered their true nature as being full and complete. For that person, in the last line, na nibadnanti, is not, actually that's the object. That person, na karmani, actions, na nibadnanti, do not bind such a person. Actions do not bind such a person. Dhananjaya or Arjuna, actions do not bind. What does that mean? This is just an observation here. You read stuff like this all the time. Actions do not bind that person. And if you say yes, remember I joked with you before, ha ha ha. This kind of response is not helpful. Better to say, that's confusing. What in the world does that mean? How do actions cause bondage? That's an important question. You must ask. We must ask these questions. We can't just swallow these teachings. That's the blind faith that I criticized before. So what does it mean to be bound by actions? When you are compelled to chase after what you want, when you are compelled to run away from what you don't want, aren't those compulsions a kind of bondage? You are, the term that's so often used, not you physically, one becomes a slave to the senses. You've heard that expression before. To be a slave to your senses means to be compelled by raga and dvesha. What kind of freedom is that? That's bondage, absolutely bondage. And just to make the obvious observation here, to live a life chasing only after material comforts is absolutely a life of bondage. I don't have to tell you this. You know it very well. And I'm smiling, but I remember a nice joke Puja Swamiji used to describe this particular kind of bondage. And he says, when you buy a home, a new home, so most of you have beautiful homes, and some of you have very costly homes full of all kinds of nice furniture. You call yourself a householder. But the fact is that that house requires a lot of maintenance. That house requires a lot of cleaning. That house also requires you to pay a huge mortgage each month. So based on this, Puja Swamiji would jokingly ask, are you a householder or a househelder? You are held hostage by the requirements of your own home. Househelder. There's no freedom in that. That's why he criticized that. So here, to say that you are not bound by karma at the end of this verse means you have become freed from this compulsivity. driven by raga, dvesha. You're no longer being dragged about by your senses, by raga, dvesha. You're no longer a slave to your senses. You are freed from that particular kind of enslavement. And there's another way in which you are freed from this enslavement, and that is, it is believed that you can get born again. And when you're born again, you'll not be born enlightened. You'll be born into a state of ignorance, not knowing your true nature, which means in your next life, you can again be a slave to your senses. You can again be dragged about by raga, dvesha. You can again suffer a life of this compulsive behavior, a life of suffering. So remember, I think, verse 37, Sri Krishna says, Bhasmasat kurute. All your actions are burnt away with this knowledge. Sri Krishna is giving an assurance here that not only are you freed from this compulsivity and suffering in this life, but you are freed from any further lifetimes of suffering. So in this way, na karmani nibadhanti, karmas do not bind such a person in this life or the next. And that brings us to the very last verse of the chapter, which is next. I think there are so many wonderful verses in the Bhagavad Gita, but this, to me, is one of those special verses. Tasmad ajnana sambhutam, tasmad ajnana sambhutam, hritstam jnana sinatmanaha, hritstam jnana sinatmanaha, chitvainam samshayam yogam, chitvainam samshayam yogam, atishthotishta bharata, atishthotishta bharata. So Sri Krishna probably raises his hand like this to Arjuna, tasmat. Therefore, Arjuna is making a big conclusion here. Tasmat, therefore, Arjuna. And now the words are scattered about here, so we have to weave the words together properly. Beginning of the third line, chitwa, having cut, having severed. Having cut or severed what? Enam samshayam. Having cut away enam, this samshayam, this doubt, this ignorance, this confusion about your true nature, what Pujya Swami Dayananda called self-non-recognition, very powerful term. So having removed this doubt and ignorance in the form of self-non-recognition, this doubt and ignorance, now back to the top line, which is ajnana sambhutam, which is sambhuta, which is born from ajnana, ignorance. This fundamental ignorance, the failure to recognize your own essential nature. This ignorance which is hritstam. Hrit or hridaya mean heart. Now, of course, we're not talking about the physical heart, we're talking about the metaphorical heart, mind. Hritstam, this ignorance is in your mind and deeply established in your mind. Consider the fact that from childhood onwards, you have been driven by raga and dvesha, thinking that the source of peace and contentment was outside. That's conventional thinking. Every single person grows up with that wrong conclusion. It's part of your worldview. The conventional worldview is that peace and contentment are out there, and you're therefore compelled to chase after what looks helpful. You're also compelled to run away from whatever looks harmful. This is conventional life. It is all hritstam ajnanam. It is all ignorance that abides in your mind. And the fact that it's in your mind is actually good news, because ignorance that's present in your mind can be remedied. It can be remedied by knowledge, which also takes place in your mind. So the ignorance present in your mind can be removed by knowledge in your mind. And here he uses this wonderful, wonderful metaphor. Chitwa, so literally having cut away that knowledge which is in your heart, having cut away how? Jnana sina atmanaha. Atmanaha, with one's own. Jnana asi. Asi is sword. Jnana asi, jnanasi. The sword of knowledge. It's a metaphor. Having cut away with the sword of knowledge. It's already a powerful metaphor, but what makes it even more powerful is it is atmanaha jnanasina, your own sword of knowledge. Guru, as I said before, Guru and Shastra don't make you enlightened. Guru and Shastra endow you with that sword. And now that you possess that sword of knowledge, Atmanaha means one's own. So with one's own sword of knowledge, the sword of knowledge you've received from Guru and Shastra, with that sword of knowledge, Chitwa, having cut away samshayam, this doubt and confusion, which is ajnana sambhutam, born of ignorance, born of self-non-recognition, hitstam, present in your mind and your heart as your worldview. So he says all of this to Arjuna, and then Arjuna, having cut away this ignorance with the sword of knowledge, yogam atishta. Atishta. Resort to this yogam, this karma yoga that's been taught in this chapter, or you could take yoga in a broader sense of spiritual practice in general. Yoga has so many meanings. In this context, yoga could mean karma yoga in a more narrow sense. Karma yoga could mean a life of spiritual practice in a broader sense. So he ends this chapter with this powerful command. So Sri Krishna is going to be wagging his finger, telling Tasmat, therefore Arjuna, cut away this ignorance that covering your heart, and yogam atishta, follow these, to paraphrase, follow these teachings. Resort to this wisdom. And one more command, there's one more command at the very end. He says, utishta. So those words you have to separate. Atishta and uttishta. Those are two commands. Atishta means follow. Follow these teachings. Abide in these teachings. Embrace these teachings. And uttishta is another command. It means to get up. You might remember, way back at the end of chapter 1, Arjuna threw his bow and arrows to the ground, and he sat down in the chariot. Not a very becoming thing for a great warrior to do. In fact, you can imagine that on the battlefield, everyone is watching. That would be scandalous, right? Everyone on both sides of the battlefield are watching Arjuna throw his bow and arrows to the ground and then sit down on the seat of the chariot. Scandalous behavior for a great warrior by Arjuna. That's why Sri Krishna says at this point, Arjuna, after 3 chapters, that was the end of chapter 1, so after 3 more chapters, Arjuna is still sitting there. He hasn't made it up yet. And so Sri Krishna commands him, Uttishta, get up, Arjuna. You are empowered with that jnanasi, with that sword of knowledge. Use that sword of wisdom to cut away this ignorance, to cut away your doubts, to cut away your reluctance to fulfill your duty by fighting on the battlefield. Cut it away, get up and fight. Bharata, O Arjuna, descendant of Bharata is Bharata. O Arjuna, get up and fight. Engage in this battle. The battle happens to be Arjuna's dharma, his responsibility. What a terrible responsibility he bore. But Arjuna's not alone. Many of you go through difficult times in life where you're called upon to really work hard or do difficult things. So Sri Krishna here exhorts not just Arjuna, but exhorts us all. When you encounter, and I'll just give a really wild restatement of this verse. When things become extremely difficult in this life, use the sword of knowledge to cut away your hesitation to fully engage yourself in meeting those challenges. So often when we hit really hard times, we shrink back. And shrinking back, as we all know, doesn't solve anything. So Sri Krishna says here, don't shrink back. Use that sword of wisdom to cut away your doubts, to cut away your hesitancy, and uttishta, get up, which means engage yourself fully and completely in dealing with your difficulties, knowing that you are fully empowered to handle those difficulties. No matter how difficult a situation is, we come out the other end of that period of trial. We manage one way or the other. So this is Sri Krishna's final message to Arjuna in this chapter. Since we're finishing this chapter, this is a nice opportunity. We've been concluding each chapter by reciting the English version. The English version, I composed this many years ago, and it's a condensed version of the Sanskrit. It's also written in the same meter, so we can recite the Sanskrit. We can recite the English in the same way as we recite the Sanskrit. Can we see verse 1, please? Yeah. And I think you may forget how it's chanted. So for the first verse, listen and repeat. And then for the remainder verses, we'll chant together. So this English rendering of chapter 4. Listen and repeat first. The blessed Lord said, the blessed Lord said, this yoga I did first impart. This yoga I did first impart to the sun god so long ago, to the sun god so long ago. He passed it on to Manu then, he passed it on to Manu then. To Ikshwaku did it descend, to Ikshwaku did it descend. I think we can chant together now. Try with me. Through these teachers, this lineage, the royal sages came to know, but after many eras passed, it appeared lost, O Arjuna. Since you are my devoted friend, today I shall declare to you this ancient wisdom, yogic truth, the greatest secret of themselves. Arjuna said, but your birth here upon this land came later than the sun's first dawn. How then am I to understand that you taught at the very start? The blessed Lord said, many births I have had before, as you have too, O Arjuna. Each of my births I know quite well, but of your births you do not know. I am unchanging and unborn. Lord of all creatures, thus am I, holding nature in my control. By my power I took this form, whenever Dharma wanes away in the rise of unrighteousness. O Arjuna, I then return, incarnating myself again, to protect good people from harm, to destroy all the wicked ones, to re-establish Dharma here. I am born in age after age. Those who know the reality of my birth and my deeds divine, when their bodies are cast aside, not reborn, they shall come to me. Those free from anger, greed, and fear, purified by this wisdom's power, devoted to me totally. Many such reach my state supreme. What is action and its reverse? Even the sages this confused. As to karma I shall explain, through which you will be freed from sin. Those who perform their every deed without desire for the fruits, by the fire of knowledge cleansed, all the sages declare them wise, free from attachment to results, always satisfied, self-content, even when they engage in work. Truly they labor not at all, satisfied with whatever comes, free from envy and prejudice, unchanged in failure and success. By karma they are never bound. They offer fruits their works have reaped, as a sacrifice to the Lord, resolved in wisdom unattached. All their karmas will fade away. Some pour oblations into fire, others sacrifice to the gods. Some offer their sense faculties into the fire of self-restraint. Some bear penance as sacrifice, others do yogic exercise, or Vedic chanting study too, or the practice of breath control. Those who partake in sacrifice realize Brahman, eternal God, but those who offer not at all gain nothing here or hereafter. Knowledge is better as a right than material offerings, because such wisdom is the goal to which all offerings will lead. For this knowledge you should inquire, with humble heart prepared to serve. Those who know perceivers of truth will impart their wisdom to you, even if you happen to be the worst of sinners in the world. This knowledge, like a floating raft, will carry you across all sin, just as a blazing fire destroys, reducing heaps of wood to ash. So in the fire of knowledge too, all karmas are completely burnt. In the world nothing else exists that purifies as knowledge can. Such knowledge one with faith can gain, and soon attain to peace supreme. Therefore the sword of knowledge wield, sever the doubts within your heart. Follow this yoga faithfully. Arise and fight, O Arjuna. And that's our summary of chapter 4. Nice way to get the big view. We get so immersed in each verse. Nice to step back. Also, the material at the beginning of the chapter, we've almost forgotten by now. So nice to review that a little bit. Remember what's included in chapter 4. When we meet next week, we'll continue with chapter 5, Sannyasa Yoga. And we're going to see 4 or 5 different meanings of sannyasa, renunciation, in that chapter. Excuse me. Some other program announcements. Our Sunday satsang continues. We're now moving indoors because it's getting too cold out. Also, we're shifting the time to back to 6 p.m. So tomorrow at 6 o'clock, please join us for satsang. And when we're outside, masks were not required. Being indoors, masks will be required. Also, this coming week, Vasanti is resuming her Sanskrit class. It's an online Sanskrit class, and the class will be on Sanskrit reading comprehension. It's a continuation of her 4 years of grammar classes leading up to this point. She'll focus on comprehension of reading comprehension and on syntax. You're all welcome to join, but you really need to have a strong background in grammar. You need to understand sandhi, declensions, conjugations, etc. Participles. The class will meet on Wednesday evenings at 6 p.m., starting this coming Wednesday. And to join the group, you'll need to subscribe to go to our home page, and you can subscribe to her class, reading comprehension class. You can subscribe on our home page. Okay. Oh, one last thing I wrote down here. It's wonderful to have so many of you here. There are many of our other friends and former students who I'm concerned they might be a little reluctant to come out of fear of the virus. And certainly we all understand that fear. On the other hand, it's really quite safe here. So we're practicing social distancing, we're masked. All of you are either vaccinated or you have a recent negative COVID test. The ventilation system is running full time, so the air doesn't get stagnant around you. So it's really quite a safe place to come. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is if you know someone who had previously been attending our classes, perhaps you can encourage them to rejoin us here. I think in my view, I think you're safer here than going to the market to buy food. This is a very safe environment. So invite our friends to come back and join us. We'll conclude with our brief prayers at the altar. Om Gananaham Tva Ganapatigam Havamahe Kaving Gavinam Upmashravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspatahana Shrinvan Utabasira Sadhanam Om Ganapataye Namaha Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyoma Vadvyapta Dehaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardanam Devaki Paramhanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. Sarve Santu Niramayaha. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Asato Ma Sadgamaya. Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya. Mrityor Ma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Parameshvara.